Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of Full Council. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the Council's website for public listening. Could I remind councillors to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing S in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute rather than raising your hand, or if you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Those in the room without access to Microsoft Teams chat, if you wish to speak, please catch the attention of Nick Evans, who will enter that into the chat. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the debate. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when rejoining the meeting, so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphones when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide a reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative recommendations. Members may notice that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally using their title, for example, Councillor Jones, so it is clear who are councillors and who, by the process of elimination, are officers. I'd like to remind members of the steps when considering motions and amendments which are substantive in nature. As previously stated, this will make proceedings easier to manage and clearer for everybody, including the public. We have a scheduled break for lunch around 1 p.m, which will be assessed as we proceed through the agenda. And I intend on calling regular comfort breaks throughout the agenda also. Given the large number of items we have on the agenda today, I would seek members' cooperation in asking their questions, waiting for an answer and confirming if they are happy with the response without introducing supplementary questions. This will allow us to move in an efficient manner, and there may be occasions where we'll ask members for only one contribution in order to get through the substantive amount of business. So if members could please ensure that all their questions are asked at the first point. I do intend to deal with the exempt item 26 immediately following lunch to allow us to consider this important project earlier on the agenda, and this should hopefully allow for the majority of members to participate rather than at the end of the meeting when some may have other commitments. I've also agreed to take one urgent item of exempt business titled International Cycling Event 2027, which I shall take as item 24A immediately after item 26, as we will already be in private session. This report was circulated to members in advance of the meeting today, which has hopefully allowed members to consider, but if not, I'm happy to allow a brief adjournment before we move into the consideration of that report. So I would just firstly like to start with a couple of announcements. Firstly, it is with sadness that we learn of the recently passing of the former Dumfries and Galloway Council leader, John Dowson. John had a distinguished career in public service, serving as a councillor at Dumfries and Galloway Council, including as council leader. We would like to pass on our heartfelt condolences to John's wife, Margaret, and his sons, Paul and John, during this difficult time. Before we move on to the start of the agenda, we do have some absolutely excellent achievements to celebrate. So firstly, I would like to welcome and congratulate Councillor Julie Curry, who was successfully and duly elected in the by-election for Ward 1, Stranraer and the Rins on the 21st of November 2025. I look forward to working with you and for the people of Dumfries and Galloway, and wish you well in your new role as an elected member. There you are. Welcome, Julie. Important to note, it was on the 21st of November 1918 that Parliament Qualification of Women Act received royal assent, allowing women to stand as MPs for the first time. This was a historical moment, and it feels fitting to mention as we welcome a newly elected female member on this anniversary date. However, it is with an unfortunate realisation that over 100 years later, there is still a shortage of women in elected office. And I would like to take this opportunity to encourage more women to step forward. And in the words of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, women belong in all places where decisions are made. Next, last month, former councillor Willie Scobie was announced Scottish Local Politician of the Year at the Herald Politician of the Year Awards 2025. So it's fitting to say congratulations to Willie on that one. Next, Stranraer Academy was recognised as the best breakfast club in the whole of the UK. The school scheme won the Kellogg's Breakfast Club Award for Scotland and went one step further by taking home the overall award for the UK, recognising it as the nation's best secondary school breakfast club. And a huge congratulations to everyone involved. I'm delighted to let you all know that D&G Council won our first GO Award. This was under the Best Net Zero Procurement Initiative Award. The judges gave recognition to the commitments made to net zero within our corporate procurement strategy and evidence of delivery of this through the procurement approach for the delivery of fabric, mechanical and electrical upgrades at the Dumfries Ice Bowl. I understand that it's been a great motivation for the procurement team, who have been very pleased with this national recognition of their work at this year's event. I was also very impressed to hear that Amanda Beck from our legal team has received a Paralegal Superstar Award from the Scottish Paralegal Association on the 21st of November. With over 20 years legal experience, Amanda, a Law Society of Scotland accredited paralegal, is a key member of the Council's legal service, specialising in property and conveyancing matters. So a huge well done to Amanda. Next, I'm delighted to inform you that our catering team was awarded the Most Improved Performance in Catering Services at the APSI Awards on the 4th of December. Councillor Archie Dryber picked up the award on behalf of Dumfries and Galloway Council. The next great achievement is from the recent Scottish Public Service Awards, attended by members of the team and Councillor Tracy Little, Chair of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee. Our joint application for the Active Lives Pathway, in partnership with NHS D&G and our Dumfries and Galloway Health and Social Care Partnership, was successful in winning their category, and it was a wonderful result for all the staff across these teams. We have also been advised that we have achieved the renewal of the Dumfries and Galloway Fair Trade Zone, one of our Council Delivery Plan actions. This was very much down to activities of our 4 fair trade community groups, schools, employers and faith communities across the region, and so our thanks and congratulations to go to them all. And I understand that a number of them are here in the hall today, so personal thank you for that as well. And we'll get a clap. And finally, turning to the incredible young people of our region. Dumfries and Galloway's youth election results have been announced, and from the 3rd to the 22nd of November, young people aged 12 to 25 have been voting for their next local, regional and national representatives, who are committing their time to volunteer as youth representatives over the next 2 years. The election result was on Tuesday evening, where the Chief Executive was the returning officer. Congratulations to everyone that was elected, and we look forward to our joint meeting with the new Youth Council in February. Staying with our young people, on Thursday the 20th of November, over 350 young people and organisations from across Dumfries and Galloway gathered in Easterbrook Hall, Dumfries, for the annual Dumfries and Galloway Youth Awards. The awards celebrate the achievements and talents of young people from across Dumfries and Galloway. The 7th annual awards were fully funded by the National Lottery and the Young Game Changers Fund, and there were winners from right across the region, but a special mention to Ribbons Ginnerley of Castle Douglas, who was voted Young Person of the Year. So I think we can all agree there is a huge amount to celebrate this full council, and it showcases the great work that's taking place across the region and across Dumfries and Galloway Council. But let's move on now to the business of the meeting today. Thank you all. Councillor Dryber, come in please.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Just to go back to the APSI award that I was at last week in the most improved facilities management for catering in schools, and I think that would have helped. I think the Stranraer school as well, being the best breakfast club in the whole of the UK. But I just wanted to say well done to everybody who was involved in that.
Thank you. As I say, we've got a huge amount to celebrate, so no, it's much appreciated. And thank you for picking up the award at that event, Archie. Thank you. Right, moving on to the main agenda now. We'll start with item 1, which is their Sedern and apologies. So Vlad, can you please provide a Sedern and any apologies?
Good morning, members. I can confirm we have 41 members present in total, 21 members present here at the Council HQ chambers and 20 members present on MS Teams. No apologies received, but not present at the start of the meeting is Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Vlad. Okay, moving on to declarations of interest. Oh, Councillor Ingalls, come in, please.
Thanks, Convener. Can I just extend Councillor Hill's apologies for the meeting today? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get those noted. So, declarations of interest, item 2. Do any members have a declaration of interest or statement of connection they wish to make? I'll just maybe come in first, although it's not a declaration of interest. I'll declare a statement of connection. As the former COSLA spokesperson for resources, I was involved in the launching of the council tax consultation and item 16, but it is just simply a statement of connection. So I've got a couple of hands up in the room, so I'll start with Councillor McFarlane and then Councillor Dorward. Councillor McFarlane.
Thank you, Convener. A statement of connection in relation to item number 9 as a member of the Integration Joint Board.
Thank you. And Councillor Dorward.
Good morning, Convener. Good morning, members. Similar to Councillor McFarlane, statement of connection, IGB voting member.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Jordan and then Councillor Johnston. So I'll come first to Councillor Drysdale, please.
Morning, members. Yes, I'd just like to note that I am a partner in a licensed business, so I will remain in the meeting but not take part in any debate on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Like others, the substitute member of the IGB, Convener. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Convener, and same as others, I'm a substitute member of the IJB. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston, please.
Thank you, Convener. Also a member of the IGB. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Davis, please.
Like others, I'm a substitute member of the IGB. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Dennerley.
Hello, good morning. I too am a member of the IJB as a substitute. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Brodie.
Again, number 9, Convener, member of the IGB, statement of connection. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies. You might have to indicate to go on there because you're at my far right. I'm struggling to maybe see you. I will try. So if your hand does go up and I don't see you, please do just indicate to Nick and we'll get you in the chat function. Thank you. So I don't see any other hands coming up at this point. So let's move to item 3, which is the minute of the meeting of the 2nd of October. So can we approve the minutes of that meeting? Happy to agree? Thank you, members. Item 4 is the Council budget for 26, 27 and future years. And the purpose of this report is to provide elected members with feedback from the consultation on the Council budget and future years. Lorna Mahan, our Executive Director for Enabling and Customer Services, and Kirsty Peden, our Community Engagement Manager, are both here and available to assist should members have any questions. So I'll just maybe check if there's anything to add to the report. No. No. So I will open it up to questions. And Councillor Lowe, your hand is up first, so I'll come to you, please.
Thank you. Good morning, convener. Good morning, colleagues. It's on page 71, 4.3, and the very bottom section about the perceived inequality between rural deprived areas and larger towns. I'm just wondering what evidence do we have of this perception and how we would evaluate that?
Thank you. I'll come to Kirsty.
Thanks, Councillor Lowe. So the content of that part of the appendix is feedback from the focus groups themselves. It would be fair to say in a number of focus groups that some people believed there to be a higher number of savings options relating to children and young people, and in particular to smaller schools. It was explained to those that were taking part how the budget development process had been arrived at. And really what you've got in front of you is a record of those conversations. So it is indeed their perception and their feedback, their words. So we don't have any analysis in detail around that. It's really just their words that we are summarising for you.
Thank you, Kirsty. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Hislop and then Councillor Wilson. Thank you.
When we went out to consultation, what reference was made to the possible overspend of the IGB, which would possibly double the savings requirement? Were the public made aware of that, or was that not made aware to them?
Thanks, Councillor Hislop. It wasn't particularly promoted within the consultation, I think that's fair to say. Obviously, decisions around services for those that are delegated to IGB are matters for the IGB to consider and also consult with the public on. And therefore, we didn't include, there's no service proposals around IGB, but the point you make about the budget gap wasn't necessarily promoted or set out within the information.
Thank you, Lorna. I have now got Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Convener. Firstly, just to thank the team for all the work on the budget consultation. I'm sure that's a massive piece of work, and really appreciate the big document with all the feedback in as well. I was just looking for an assurance on the communication that goes out to staff members. I had a few upset members of staff contact me regarding the communication that went out, and I was just looking for assurance that there is some support in place for those, and a further assurance that all the options that have been put forward are achievable. Thank you.
Thank you for that one. I'll come to Lorna.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I'll certainly pass the thanks back to the whole team. Very much a cross-council effort. In terms of staff communication, there's been broad communication to staff, but for staff who would be particularly affected by any individual proposal that was developed, there was communication ahead of the public consultation with them, both directly and through meetings with their line managers. But we do recognise, and it's included in here, there's a number of staff points of feedback about concerns, and you know, it is disturbing to people and the potential in terms of their areas of work and concerns about the impact decisions could have on them. So continuing with that support through line managers, but obviously there's obviously a kind of period now in terms of political decision making that we need to support staff through and beyond as well. So do recognise that, and working with the trade unions to really make sure we give staff every avenue to raise their concerns and get support. In terms of deliverability, obviously there's conversations going on just now through budget panel, but also through political group support around individual proposals. And those will continue through to members decide on budget day about what you want to do, and happy to kind of give support them through the Chief Financial Officer around deliverability and any discussions around that.
Thank you, Lorna. Councillor Dorwood.
Thanks, Convener. I'll withdraw my question. It's already been asked by councillor colleagues.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up or anything on there. Councillor Campbell. John Campbell.
No question. Just to echo what Councillor Wilson had said about the staff, you know, a lot of work's gone into this. So just to put on record my thanks as well. And I'm sure the consultation feedback will form all the groups' sort of positions when it comes to putting forward a budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a flurry of hands that have come up, so I'm going to come to Councillor Marshall, then I've got the leader, and then I've got Councillor Drysdale, Pauline Drysdale. So, Councillor Marshall, do you want to come in, please?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just again to kind of just echo the fact that, you know, a really good piece of work and a lot of information in there that definitely certainly Labour Group will take on board when we get to our budget proposals for next year. I did kind of hone in on a lot of the employee engagement feedback and a little bit concerned about, you know, some of the issues that they raise and developing a smaller, more flexible workforce for the future. I think, you know, and it's been trailed at other committees about the significant concerns about workloads and the well-being of employees, but also as well that there is a real fear of job losses and uncertainty about redeployment policies. I just wanted to check, when the council bring forward these templates and they involve maybe a reduction in staff numbers within a certain area, is that communicated to that area specifically, so through a line manager? So because previous experience even from last year, there seemed to, you know, to be some council staff were unaware that there was budget templates that were either put forward or were accepted and incorporated into the budget that affected their department.
Thank you for that. I'll come to Lorna, please.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Just to give you reassurance around the staff reductions, there was some learning taken on board from last year. There was communication with staff individually affected, but I think, to be fair, there was some inconsistency in that approach. We did take a really proactive approach to mandating the communication when that communication happened, which was in advance of any public consultation, and follow-up through line managers, both chief officers and line managers, I suppose service managers, to speak with staff directly and take on board some of the feedback that you see in the paper is from that process as well as staff having the ability, like everybody else, to respond to the consultation independently as well. So just a reassurance around that, and we worked really closely with the trade unions to make sure they were fully aware of what would be coming in the public consultation, that the communication that would be going out, and also the staff groups and individuals who might be affected by that, so they could offer their support as well through that process. So just to give you that reassurance, it was communicated, but nonetheless, the fact of that communication still indicates, as you can see, the staff are unsettled, and a number of raised concerns, obviously, about the prospects of some of the proposals that are being consulted on.
Thanks, Lorna. I will come to Councillor Thompson. Leader, please.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. And it's, I suppose, on the same point, because we're sort of damned if we do and damned if we don't in terms of being open and transparent about the proposals. They're not elected members' proposals, I think, as we're all aware of, but they are officers' proposals, and I think it's only right that we do consult. But I think there's quite a few learning points, I would suspect, that we can take on board from this year's exercise, and we've made a lot of improvements. We've engaged with people, but as we're sort of hearing, there's maybe been a few inconsistencies or a few things we could take on board to the next year's process, maybe about how do we avoid setting hairs running and creating anxiety, yet still get information out that people can make a meaningful contribution towards in terms of feedback. So maybe if we could maybe get a reassurance about that those lessons getting taken on board so that members can continue to improve the budget consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty.
Thanks, Leader. It is always part of our process to reflect and evaluate the process, and as Lorna's mentioned, we learned things from last year and we'll continue to learn as we go. However, I would urge caution in that some of the feedback, as you'll no doubt have read, is around consultation fatigue, and that we do need to be careful around you know, how frequently we ask the public to do, you know, to take part in these things. So I think that will be part of our reflection when we evaluate the process.
Thank you. And Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you, Convener. Just a couple of questions and points I'd like to make to members as well as officers. Thank you so much for all the work you've done on this. On page 46 in the appendix at 3.10 in particular, we see that local services and buildings will be reviewed. Now, there's going to be a place-based review to look for ways to save money by reducing the number of buildings and assets, which I do actually believe is very important and could save the council a great deal of money, considering the ways that we're all operating and working, as well as people within the council. So if I could just ask the officers today, what are the timings on that? Will that come before we are to finalise our budgets? That's my first question, because I think that will factor in a lot of savings if indeed it's deemed to be possible. And then the last question, I'd like to go back, please, Convener, to page 35, 4.8.2.7. We've seen a lot of people putting in petitions, which are very relevant because it shows the detail and the passion within our communities. You know, we're earmarking attention to these 4 services, shall we say. But since that date, obviously the numbers of objections have significantly risen. Are we as councillors, or can we communicate with officers to ensure that when the various political groups and individuals are preparing their budgets, that the additional numbers of oppositions to some of the budget proposals are taken on board? Thank you very much. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. I'll come to Lorna, please.
I'll pick up the question. Thank you, Councillor Drysdale, on place-based services. So the proposal that members obviously have more detail on is about looking at a methodology to look at the state within particular localities or places, and very much recognising the great work that's been done around supporting local communities develop their own place plans as well. It's key that we bring that methodology back to members, and that we also allow members to consider the selection of the programme about how we approach that in terms of locality. So those are decisions that if members decide to move forward with that proposal as part of the budget, then that would come subsequently back to members to make those decisions. I'll hand over to Kirsty on the petitions.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. As you'll see, there are petitions referenced within the report. We are aware there are additional ones, or indeed ongoing petitions from those 4. We have communicated with the organisations that we're aware of through local ward staff, and we would have encouraged them to have them in through the closing date. For those that didn't make that, we will still encourage them to share that information with you as members, and they can do that through the yourbudget@dumgal.gov.uk mailbox at any stage, but obviously would need to be pre the budget setting process. It would also be helpful, as you reference within the report, that you'll receive a copy of the full comments that members have got in your political group rooms to Enabling and Customer Services Committee in February. So that would be our last opportunity to have those referenced in the public pack.
Thank you for that. I don't see any other questions or hands popping up just now. So just from myself, I want to say thank you to the team. I think it is captured on page 33 that actually this marks the 2nd biggest response ever to a Dumfries and Galloway council-run consultation, and it's the largest level of engagement with the budget process. There are really challenging and difficult decisions that we will have to be making, and I think it's absolutely vital that we're as open and as transparent with the public as we possibly can. So I think my thanks I want to put on record for the work that has been done, and acknowledge it is challenging because there are difficult decisions that we all will have to make when the time comes. So moving on to the recommendations from the paper, are members happy to note recommendation 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 and 7 and agree recommendation 4 as printed in the papers? Agreed? Thank you, members. Moving on to item 5, the development of the Capital Investment Strategy report by the Chief Financial Officer. This report provides members with an update on the progression of the Council's agreed capital investment strategy and also provides information to support members' consideration of the updating and further developing of that strategy, including additional investment requirements associated with key projects. We have Paul Garrett, who is our Chief Financial Officer, here to assist members with any questions on the report. So I'll just firstly check if there's anything you wish to add. No? Nope. So we will come to members. And Councillor Jameson, your hand's first up there, please.
Yeah, thanks for this report. I would just like to support the recommendation and just explain that the autism provision, it's been a high priority for the education, skills and community well-being for a number of years now, certainly all the time I've been here. And this is a welcome step forward to utilise the money where it's most effective, which is in the schools. It also follows the principle of inclusion, whereby the young people with autism have the support closer to their homes in individual schools, and this is where the money will be invested in. So I just want to support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Councillor Hislop and then Councillor Dorwood, please.
It's with regard to the second recommendation. I was wondering if Mr Garrett would give us an idea of, if we're agreeing the principles of flexibility, deliverability and affordability, within what parameters, how much flexibility do we need to build in, and how much affordability do we need to consider going forward. We've got further reports later on in the agenda, which, if I'm right, and possibly some get agreed, it could limit our flexibility. So therefore, if we agree a principle now, by agreeing something else later on, are we going contrary to what we've already agreed?
Paul, I'll come to you, please.
Yeah. Thanks, Convener. I think as members are aware that there's no set amount or limit for councils set at a national level in terms of capital investment levels or borrowing levels. The advice and the approach that this council has taken over an extended period is that capital investment plans should be based on a prudential and affordable and sustainable basis. And these principles that are reflected in this report are not new to the council, and really what reflected in this report is a kind of reinforcement of those to provide members with a bit of context and a bit of support to consider the other items on this agenda. I think in terms of agreeing these principles, I think it's important. As I say, I think it's in line with what this council has consistently done over a period. I would recognise that the extent of additional investment reflected in other items on today's agenda is challenging in that respect, and I think I've just asked members to take these principles and the need for ongoing flexibility into account when they are considering those other items on this morning's agenda.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Dorwood, I'll come to yourself, please.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks for the report, really insightful. Similarly to Councillor Hislop, I think the principles are eminently sensible. They're not entirely new. They're what we do anyway, just put them in writing, as I would suggest. So it's not anything new for us to look at from that perspective. There is a focus on challenges of occurring additional loan charges and the affordability of same, which you've made very clear, and which is going to be quite challenging, and to minimise any commitment to additional borrowing if possible going forward, because we don't know what's going to happen with interest rates, etc., etc. We are sitting on single-year settlements, which is really challenging as well. We have had something like £329 million removed from our core council funding budget by the SNP government between 2013 and now, which is as challenging as anything else. So in terms of advice, in terms of additional budget commitment on future loans and revenue funding, because that's what it would affect. I mean, if we commit to spend more in the budget, we've already got what's the set out commitments on the appendix 1 on page 111, which is fairly extensive already. So if we're committing to more, I'm not going to ask you for costs. That would be wrong of me. That would be unfair as well. But how would that affect revenue funding going forward? Say we upped it by 10, 20, 30, 40 million in terms of our capital spending. Is that going to have an adverse effect on our revenue funding going forward? Thank you.
Yes, Paul, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, I think that is the key to the issue, Councillor Dorward. In terms of what the Council can afford to spend on capital, it effectively is how much can we afford to repay in terms of the resultant loan charges, which are a charge against our revenue account and must be accommodated on an ongoing and extended basis. Effectively, through exceeding the levels of flexibility the Council has already reflected in its 10-year investment programme, that will require the Council to achieve additional revenue savings over and above those targets that members have already discussed this morning, that Councillor Hislop referred to, that have been used for the budget consultation. So effectively, we have reflected in the individual reports on this morning's agenda the additional loan charges associated with additional investment reflected in those papers. And effectively what that means is that in agreeing those, members will have to identify additional savings going forward to accommodate the resultant loan charges.
Thank you, Paul. I will come to Councillor Marshall next and then Councillor Wood. Councillor Marshall, please.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of points. The first one is just on page 105. It's resourcing of the capital investment strategy, and with the pressures we have at the moment, it reflects in 4.13 to 4.15 that, you know, to try and ensure that, you know, we have projects that are delivered on time and are not subject to cost escalation, then you need dedicated, skilled and experienced project managers and technical experts. Now, at the moment, we are relying on external resources for a lot of this, with consultants and agency. And I'm just wondering, it does say in 4.15 that it's very difficult to actually get these appropriate officers recruited within the council. But it doesn't actually say, well, what plan, is there a plan to actually try and do this? Because when we look at some of the other agenda items and also the one that's in private, then there is going to be further challenges going forward, and we need to make sure that our projects come in on time and within the costs that have been identified. So that's the first one. The second one is, and I think others have touched on it, but if I go to 4.19, and it's in bold, so I think it's worth probably a response, or as good a response that's been given by the financial officer, but it states that given the extent of the challenge already facing the council in addressing the currently projected funding gap, it's considered the scope for additional borrowing is very limited. I would just like some sort of expansion on what is, you know, what he means by is very limited in money terms, if that's possible, because I think we know what the capital investment strategy is at the moment. We know what the pressures are potentially going forward. So I think I would like maybe some sort of clarification on that.
Thank you. Paul, please.
Yes, in terms of resourcing and project deliverability, it is a key challenge. The Council does now have a much more expansive capital investment strategy than it's had for a number of years, and that presents challenges in terms of both internal and external resourcing. However, the relevant project management arrangements in relation to the specific individual projects are reflected in the reports on today's agenda. So if you don't mind, Councillor Marshall, it's maybe one that you maybe want to raise as part of those individual reports or discussions, but I think in general terms, I think it's just important that members are aware that, you know, the extent of the capital investment strategy the Council now has is greater than previously and does present both internal and external resource and challenges. In relation to the affordability point, as Councillor Marshall's indicated, you know, the fact that it's in bold in the paper is obviously to highlight the extent of this issue and the importance of this being taken into account in our investment decisions. In terms of the level of flexibility, at paragraph 4.3 of the report, what we've indicated there is the level of remaining flexibility within the Council's existing 10-year capital investment strategy that we could utilise without requiring members to identify additional savings to accommodate the loan charges. If we exceed that amount, that's when we require additional borrowing and therefore additional savings in the revenue account. What we're also saying though is that although £35.2 million is identified as unallocated there, the expectation is that the required replacement of the Kirkcudbright Bridge will fully utilise that flexibility. Obviously the details of that project requirement are not confirmed at this stage. I think that's early next year. We're expecting that, but effectively what we're saying in this report is that that requirement, which wasn't anticipated obviously the last time members did a full update of the capital investment strategy, that requirement is likely to utilise the remaining flexibility in our strategy. So therefore additional amounts over and above that will require additional loan charges and additional savings to accommodate that.
Thank you, Paul, for that really detailed response there. Councillor Wood, I'll come to yourself next, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, to thank Paul. He's put together a really good report. And in the past, I've voiced my concerns about the borrowing and the sustainability for borrowing such large amounts in the future. And in 4.19, when it talks about additional borrowing is very limited, I would like to ask Paul, instead of even talking about additional borrowing, what would his suggestions be of reducing the borrowing that we have at present?
Thank you. Paul?
I mean, I think the decisions in relation to the balance between capital and revenue expenditure within the council are obviously for members as part of the overall budget setting, and that's one of the reasons why we ask members to agree the budget strategy and the capital investment strategy at the same time. I think in terms of the level of borrowing, this council has largely been a kind of low borrowing, low debt council up to now. As I say, that has changed a bit. We've got a more ambitious programme now. I think what I'm indicating in this report is a keenness to maintain the approach that we've seen previously in terms of trying to contain capital expenditure. We need to be ambitious where appropriate, but ensure that we can afford the results of that through our revenue account. So I don't think I'm suggesting through this report Councillor Wood plans to reduce borrowing. I think it's just that members need to take into account the implications of additional borrowing when considering other investment priorities.
Thank you, Paul. I don't see any other hands up online or in the room, so if members are content, let's move to our recommendations. So are we content to note recommendation 1, 2 and 5 and agree recommendation 3 and 4 as published in our papers? Agreed? Thank you, members. Item 6. White Sands Project, the Flood Protection Scheme and Public Realm Improvements, and the report is by the Interim Assistant Director of Transport and Infrastructure. This report provides members with an up-to-date position on the White Sands Project, Flood Protection Scheme and Public Realm Improvements, and asks members to agree for the project to progress through Gateway 3 and be submitted to the Scottish Government for approval to commence work in spring 2026. Karen Brownlee, our Interim Assistant Director of Transport and Infrastructure, Mo Agun, Property and Estates Programmes Manager, Brian Templeton, Team Leader for the Flood Risk Management, are all here to assist with any questions, as well as Lisa, our Executive Director. So as part of the recommendations, we are being asked to agree to receive a presentation on the White Sands project. And if members are in agreement, I shall ask Karen Brownlee, supported by Mark Ferguson from Turner and Townsend, to share the presentation. But first of all, are members happy to agree recommendation 1 as set out in the paper to receive a presentation? Yes? Agreed. Thank you, members. Karen, I'll pass over to you. Oh, Councillor Blake, are you wanting to come in prior to the presentation?
My apologies, I was a little premature. No, if I could speak after the presentation, thank you.
I'll put you first on my list, Councillor Blake. Karen, over to you and the team, and welcome to those colleagues from Turner and Townsend.
Thank you very much, Convener, and good morning, members. So thank you for agreeing for us to provide you with an overview of the White Sands project this morning. As members are aware, this isn't just a flood protection scheme. It is about the regeneration and public realm improvements along the River Nith corridor, including Green Sands, White Sands and Dock Park. We know flooding can have a catastrophic impact on our communities. We also know that for people who live in properties at risk of flooding, everyday life can bring uncertainty. Flood risk brings difficulty in getting insurance and mortgages in high-risk areas. Property values are lower, widening inequalities in our communities. For those who have experienced flooding, it can present a risk to life and cause damages directly to property, with people having to leave their homes or their businesses for an extended period of time. This can be a traumatic for residents feeling unsafe in their own properties. The large evidence base shows this brings short and long-term physical and mental health impacts. Members, as agreed at full council in October 2023, officers have progressed the published flood protection scheme and work to conclude the full business case and 100% designs to give cost certainty to this project. My clicker worked, that's positive. The Scotland Cycle 1 flood scheme programme seeks to implement solutions to areas which are potentially the most vulnerable across the nation. The White Sands project, which consists of the flood protection scheme and public realm improvements, is the 18th highest priority of all those schemes. The scheme stretches 1.3 kilometres from the Green Sands to Dock Park on the east side of the River Nith, as well as protection to properties at Welldale on the west, and will provide a 1 in 75-year permanent standard of flood protection. The scheme itself was confirmed by Scottish ministers in 2020 following the public local inquiry. And it has three key objectives. Flood protection, to deliver a flood protection scheme in accordance with measures set out in the Solway Flood Risk Management Plan. Support regeneration. The scheme will be a catalyst for regeneration and investment in and underutilised areas of the town. And thirdly, enhanced river frontage and corridor. The River Nith is considered by many to be the greatest asset to the town centre. The preferred solution, so to develop the solution we have today, a long list of options were considered based on those adopted, identified in SEPA's National Flood Risk Management Strategies. These were considered, and those were unfeasible were discounted, while potential options were flagged for further consideration. On this slide, members will see that at the top left-hand corner, the slide shows options such as self-closing barrier defences, gravel management, localised dredging and a few others. All of these were considered but discounted. The options on the bottom of this slide are flagged as realistic and feasible options for further consideration, which are highlighted at the bottom and also detailed within the report and the final business case. These include flood walls and embankments, floodgates and demountable barriers, silt removal and surface water improvement works. The next couple of slides show what it would look like. So the scheme presented as part of the full business case today consists, as I've said, of 1.3 kilometres of engineering flood defences, including raised walkways, access openings, floodgates and glass panelling to largely maintain the view of the River Nith. This also includes work to manage surface water flood risk and public realm improvements. Key to delivery of the detailed design of the White Sands project and public realm improvements has been remaining committed to delivery of the scheme that was confirmed by the Scottish Ministers in 2020, as it was intended. This includes consideration of multiple options for how the flood defences can be designed and constructed in a way which meets the legal requirements of the scheme and complies with the scheme's associated planning conditions. The detailed design has recently reached 100% maturity and has the benefit of input from various internal and external stakeholders, including consultation on the public realm elements of the scheme, which was held in September this year. This collaborative approach and effort has led to the scheme as presented today, which integrates seamlessly into the local community, both aesthetically and functionally. Moving on to the project costs, as outlined within the report presented to members today, the project team has put extensive effort into developing cost certainty for the project. Today, the project presents you with anticipated final costs of £68.6 million, which is in line with the estimates provided at the outlined business case in December 2024. A detailed build-up of costs, rates and quantities were used to input into the anticipated final costs. A budget price for the work was received from all suppliers and is currently being refined and negotiated ahead of contract award in early 2026 if members agree to the full business case today. It is important to highlight that the overall costs were benchmarked against similar flood defence projects in Scotland. As members are aware, the Scottish Government confirmed that the White Sands project will be financed through the National Finance Model of Cycle 1 scheme. This is the Scottish Government will finance 80% of the eligible scheme costs, a totalling £54.9 million, as agreed at the construction tender award, with the remaining 20% funded by the Council, currently estimated at £13.7 million, £5 million of which has currently already been approved. As you will see within this slide and within the report, it is anticipated that future maintenance costs are estimated at £76,000 per annum. Officers are currently working through existing expenditure for roles progressed by neighbourhood services, street cleansing and grounds maintenance, as well as waste and roads, which is anticipated to be a similar cost. This figure, if agreed today, will be reported back to members at a future committee. The benefits of the scheme, and again detailed within the report in front of you and the full business case, the cost will bring significant benefits to the White Sands and the town centre of Dumfries as a whole. An updated assessment of the economic case has been undertaken this year to advise you today. The economic appraisal has been carried out considering a 100-year period and included assessment of impacts on property, health, transport, recreation and amenity, cultural heritage and employment. It has been assessed that the total quantified benefit of the scheme will be £74.4 million. The financial model for the scheme means that the Council will have to contribute 20% of the project costs at just over 13 million, but the total benefit of the scheme will be felt locally, with the scheme directly benefiting local people, communities and the environment. Nearly there. Slide 8 is showing the phasing, if agreed today by members, the phasing of the works that would take place from spring next year. This is also included in Appendix 1 of the report and also within the full business case in Appendix 2. To deliver a project of this scale and complexity, The project will be delivered in 5 phases, allowing management of key risks and interface management on the White Sands. Officers, in conjunction with internal and external stakeholders and in collaboration with our ECI contractors, it is anticipated that the scheme will be progressed across these 5 phases across a 2.5-year period. The phasing of the project has been produced to seek to minimise disruption as far as reasonably practicable across the roads network, across local businesses and the wider community. Second last slide is in relation to stakeholder engagement. So communication and engagement is key to the success of any project. Throughout the development of the detailed designs of the project team has conducted extensive engagement and discussions with the community stakeholders, organisations and businesses. The slide shows some examples of engagement and discussions that have taken place and will continue to take place if members agree for the project to progress today. They include the Dumfries Fairs Working Group, Scottish Water Utilities, Nithsdale Amateur Rowing Club, Scottish Norwegian Connections, Lorburn Community Council through their participation requests, Nith Inshore Rescue, the business community, the wider community and the National Cycle Route 7. To conclude, members, this final slide provides you with some key messaging and takeaways from the strategic, economic, commercial, finance and management elements of the full business case. I won't go through each point, but the key highlights are White Sands project is an 18th highest priority for all required schemes in Scotland. It offers a 1 in 75-year protection. And the financial model is 80% Scottish Government investment. Members, thank you for listening. Officers are here today to answer any questions you have. So you have myself, Lisa, Mo and Brian, and you have Mark Ferguson from Turner and Townsend in the room, and Stephen Taylor from Turner and Townsend online. Both have been an integral part of the project team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen, for that detailed presentation, and certainly, personally, I really appreciate you taking the time to go through that. I think I would also just note that I look forward to being in a similar position for the Newton Stewart flood scheme when it comes forward, because these are really important major projects. So I'm conscious, Councillor Blake, your hand was up first, so I will come to you. I've also got Councillor Bell, and then Councillor Stevenson, and I will just reiterate what I said at the start. If members can be concise with their questions, I will take questions, and I don't intend to come back to second-time speakers, so if you can pose all your questions at the start, that would be really helpful. So, Councillor Blake, come in, please.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Karen, for an excellent presentation again. I did notice your slip at the start saying about the objections rather than the objectives, but I'm sure that you meant well with that one. Members, the White Sands Flood Protection Scheme in its present format is well over 10 years old and is largely unwanted by the people living in Dumfries and Galloway. Karen did mention about the extensive consultation, but I think we've got to remember that consultation does not necessarily mean approval. It should also be noted that the scheme is ranked only 18 out of 42 by the Scottish Government, and that no confirmation has been given in the stated 80% funding that will still be available. This is especially considering the spiralling projected construction costs and funds available. During the period since the scheme was first introduced more than a decade ago, technology has moved on considerably, with many more acceptable products and methods now being made available. It's interesting that the papers today refer to the scheme protecting the area concerned in the case of a 1 in 75-year flooding event. Yet at the Planning Subcommittee, we are repeatedly advised that a protection of 1 in 200-year event should be attained where possible. In paragraph 4A, the report refers to the new anticipated costs being significantly increased to over 68 million, but there is no mention of the upper cost figure that's previously been discussed, which is well in excess of this figure. It's only fair to say that it's been seen over the same period, other project construction costs throughout Scotland have historically shown a far greater percentage increase, which places the £68 million figure in doubt. The report also refers to the extensive flooding events that taking place on the White Sands, but does not take into account that the majority of these have been minor car park instances that have been either caused by the unprotected sandy opening or by the existing road drains being unable to cope with the rainwater caused by insufficient or blocked road drains. In addition to the Conservative group's opposition to the scheme in its present format, and supported by other councillors, we must consider the significant capital funding demands that we face by other major necessary projects, such as the Kirkcudbright Bridge, it's already been mentioned. This replacement is required to ensure that the historic town remains as one. The fair has also been part of our history in Dumfries, and the proposals will destroy that part of our heritage, including the iconic Dumfries and Galloway Bridge, which is one of the oldest bridges still in use in Scotland. The proposals also include the removal of valuable green space and at the green sands, and this will include a real destruction of the area. Parking at this location is also underutilised, as the public consider it to be too far and not convenient for the town centre, and it's also located on a known floodplain. I will now leave this at present to allow the input of other councillors, but I intend submitting an alternative to the recommendation at the conclusion of the debate. I'm more than happy to send this alternative, this amendment to Nick just now, if that's required. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. So is that a proposal, or you want to come in and move a motion later on? I'm just conscious there wasn't a question in there as such.
No, it wasn't a question, it was a statement. I will be submitting an alternative to the recommendations. I will send you that just now, but I do not want to stifle a debate at this particular time. I will allow other members to come in, but I will email the amendment in at present, and then I'll table it whenever you wish. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's helpful to understand. So if you're able to send that, that would be really helpful. We will have to take an adjournment to obviously consider any potential motions or amendments. But I'll just come to Karen just to offer any option to come back on some of that statements that you had made, Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Convener, and through yourself, thank you, Councillor Blake, for the statements you've raised. I was keen to allow officers to come back in and clarify some of the elements that you have raised, if that would be okay. So I will ask Mo to come in and cover the cost certainty, and then we'll hand over to Mark to provide members with a little bit of information in terms of the 1 in 75 and road drains, sandy opening, and then we can pick up Fair Devagilla Bridge as well.
Thank you, Karen.
Over to
I think
yourself, Mo.
that would be really helpful, I think, certainly from my understanding, but thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Blake, for your statement. I just want to a wee bit of clarity around the cost when benchmarking this project against other schemes around the country, that they had their cost increased over the period of the project. What we've done differently here at the White Sands, and during the pre-construction phase, when we engaged a contractor early, we engaged with other local authorities. We had their schemes over the past few years, and we had the contractor join us in the journey in terms of the design, scoping the project, costing the project with the project team. What usually happens differently is a project get designed, get tendered, we get a price, and the risks almost sits with the client to bear with. And that's where the cost increases quite dramatically in project. But here, because the contractor was able to join us in the journey, they were able to help us in the design, input to the design, even from a deliverability perspective, that the contractor was part of that journey. So we got the project up to 100% design. Within that cost in front of you today, there is allowances built in the project to deal with any risk associated that we could see in terms of flood scheme project or dealing with water or the white sands itself. So there is a fully costed risk register, and the risks, they were divided in terms of ownership between the client and the contractor. So from what I can tell you today, and give you a wee bit of assurance, for any risk that is known or anticipated for the white sands or the similar project like white sand, it has been accounted for. So that's why we are saying the anticipated final cost is the one in front of you. Unless anything we don't know about, we don't anticipate the cost to increase any further than what is in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. And Mark, do you want to come in, please? Welcome.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor, for the questions. The scheme was developed back in 2017, and the 1 in 200 year standard of protection is seen as the gold standard in flood protection schemes in Scotland. It is not a mandatory requirement that all schemes must meet. Other factors are considered when you go through the design process. For the scheme, when we had the level of objections and the views for the public, were that the height of the defences for a 1 in 200 year level of protection would ruin all the river views. It would increase the height dramatically to 1 in 75 years that has been proposed at the minute. So that's why the level of protection was chosen at 1 in 75 years.
Thank you for that. Karen, did you want to come in and any other comments?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Convener, and through yourself. So just to clarify a few of the other points raised, the Scottish Government 80% funding has been confirmed by the Scottish Government. In relation to the fair, I can give assurances that the project team have been and will continue to work very closely with the fair. There is a working group established, and they last met on Tuesday to look at reasonable solutions to ensure the historic value of the fair will continue within the town centre. In terms of the Galloway Bridge, the interface will be treated with great sensitivity and full liaison with both planning officers within Dumfries and Galloway Council and Heritage Consultee stakeholders will continue as we are very aware of the historical value of the bridge within the town centre. And the last point I just wanted to raise was in terms of loss of parking. So there has been 2 areas of identified for new parking areas, and overall the parking lost is being fully re-provisioned with a net gain of 50 spaces overall. So actually going forward, if the project is approved, there will be an additional 50 spaces available. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Karen and team. Councillor Bell, I'm going to come to you next, please.
Thanks, Convener. Obviously, I've represented North West Dumfries for about 18.5 years. I've not had one person that's come up wanting this flood defence scheme. There's always been a white elephant in the past, and there still is. And it also concerns me, we're spending £13 million. The council's contributed nearly £13 million towards this scheme. I wouldn't like to be a council taxpayer in Castle Douglas or Sank or Annan and knowing that part of my council tax was going into a flood defence scheme in Dumfries when we can't fill potholes or clean drains out within their area. But I'll move on to the questions now as well, so I'll be brief. Obviously in page, I think it was page 180, it mentioned the construction works taking about 2.5 years. What compensation will the shopkeepers and the business owners get over that 2.5 year period, and how are you going to assess that? And what consultations have you done with the shopkeepers regarding compensation?
Do you want to raise all your questions?
Yes,
and then
yes,
I'll
that's
go to
the first
officers?
question.
That's fine.
The next
thank you.
question is how do you arrive to the figure of over £70,000 a year for maintenance costs when the project hasn't even started? Secondly, as well, obviously there's issues around SEPA, and the third question is on SEPA and the utility companies as well. What legal agreements have you got then before we start? Because I know there's a lot of issues with SEPA and some of these utility companies, and these have to be written down in statute before we start. So that's 1, 2, 3 questions, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. And I would just gently remind members to just speak slightly slower for the interpreters, so everybody
Apologise.
can... No problem at all. So I don't know who wants to come first, but there's those questions there set out, please.
Thank you, Convener. I'll come in first, and thank you, Councillor Bell, for your 3 questions. So in terms of business relief, whilst there's no business relief built into the costs associated and presented to members today, if the project is agreed but to progress with members today or by members today, then a sub-working group would be established with the assessors, Business Gateway team to consider and look at options similar to what we have done for other projects across the region to provide that sort of tailored opportunity, support and advice as required. So in terms of business relief and business support, that would progress should members agree to progress the scheme today. In terms of the maintenance cost, and I touched on that within the presentation at the start, and for both that question and the SEPA and utilities, I will bring in Mark initially. Yep, Mark, to respond to both of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor. With regards to the maintenance costs, the Council has a duty to maintain the defences, including all aspects of the scheme. The costs have been included in the economic assessment, and the clean-up and distribution of the dry side of the defences will be reduced with the defences in place. The cost build-up has been done in consultation with other local authorities who have developed schemes recently, and liaison with the council departments and looking at the existing maintenance costs and potential future maintenance costs to cover that as well.
Thank you all. Were you looking for...
May I come back in again? Obviously, Karen, you mentioned about, when I mentioned the first question you raised about, the compensation, you said working with Business Gateway and a number of these people. It's not rates reductions they're needing, it's footfall these people will be losing. And that's the most important thing. Once if it does go under construction, they'll have nobody walking through the shops. It's footfall, and that's not the rates reduction. The rates reduction is a flash in the pan.
Do you want to come back in on that point, Karen, or just for noting?
Happy to come back in, Convener. So just to give members assurance, we're working very closely with the businesses, and if members agree to progress the project today, we will continue to work closely with all businesses to look at their long-term sustainability and viability and provide them that support going forward. So what I was referring to is not just about business tax; it's about that wider support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, I'll come to you next, please.
Thank you, Convener. If Councillor Bell's ready to pull your mic, I'm just about to read War and Peace. I've got a few questions. Do you want me to ask them just one at a time?
I think, yeah, if you can
That's fine.
list your questions and then we'll come to them one by one. Thanks.
Yeah, so, I need to do my due diligence as a councillor and ask these questions. It's questions that's been asked to me. So on page 119, 4.11, it clearly states the revenue cost, the £76,000 to maintain the White Sands. I've asked in an EMES, I've not had a response, but do we have the answer now as to how much it costs us currently to maintain the White Sands and clean it up after we've had a flood? Do you want to go with that one first?
Do you want to give me them all and then we'll get them responded? Absolutely. Otherwise we'll be backwards and forwards, I think, possibly quite a lot.
That's fine. So page 119 and 120, some of these have been touched upon, but I'm just going to read them out. It states that the car park is required, not just for parking, but the pumping station, and it's still in negotiations, but there's no assurance of cost or timing. Page 120 states no licence approval from SEPA, nor discharge of planning conditions. Again, there's no cast iron guarantee. So can we have complete assurance that this will happen before the scheme starts? And with regards to purchasing the car park, we don't see it spiral out of control. If it does, do we have a contingency plan in place? Some of the areas that are listed within the flood defence are actually part of Dumfries Common Good. The fair generates an income of £5,000 per annum for the Dumfries Common Good Fund. So can you give me an assurance that when a new area is found for the fair, that the funding provided goes back to the Dumfries Common Good? Page 123, 6.8, there is no impact assessment available, yet Legal have recommended one. So where is the impact assessment and why isn't it before us today? There is one on the report further down, which we'll not go into. So the other one that left me a bit concerned as well is page 139, only 10% of jobs come from a 25-mile radius, 40% and 75% can potentially come from outside the region. And I know in other buildings contracts that they've come from bits like Carlisle and Glasgow. 10% doesn't seem like a lot to come from our region. So can we have a cast iron guarantee that the 40% and 75% come from the region within the first instance, as the council should be looking using local businesses first. The 40% and 75%, like I say, have potentially come from out with the region, which wouldn't be within the spirit of the council priorities. I was surprised to see that traffic management has a low score, given that the White Sands is a main artery within the town. So, and that's within the business case. So what guarantee can you give that this will remain a significantly low risk, and what mitigations are put in place to ensure this? And I'm not just thinking that, I am thinking about the businesses and the tenants within that area, but also the emergency services. That's a conversation that still needs to take place from what I can see. And there's Councillor Bell's brought up the no mention of risk for businesses, so it's assuring to hear that they'll be in discussions within groups, so we can guarantee that we will still have businesses within the town centre. I know some of the owners are for and against. It's a very, very Marmite thing, but we need to ensure that they're all can still survive the next 2.5 years. On page 169, project and commercial management, is this extra support coming from the capital funding, or do we need to find this from the revenue, as this will come from T&T, which is external sources? That's me done. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I totted up possibly 8 questions there, but I'm hoping that the team have got that. And if we just work through them one by one, I think it is really important, as you say, this is due diligence. Our meeting is in public. We want to be open and transparent. So thank you for all those questions, and I'll come to the officers to respond to each. Thanks. Karen.
Thank you, Convener, through yourself, and thank you, Councillor Stevenson, for your questions. I also totted up 8 there as well, so that's positive. I will answer a few of those points, and then I'll hand over to Mo to answer and explore some of the others. So your first question in terms of revenue maintenance costs, again, touched on this in the presentation at the beginning. And Mark explained how that figure has been reached in terms of what we're projecting the future costs would be. So I don't have a specific figure with me today, but I would give members the assurance that officers are currently working through the current costs in relation to what already happens within that NITH corridor, so Dock Park, White Sands and the Green Sands. So that's including grounds maintenance and street cleansing elements. It would be including waste elements. So after after a flood event, for instance, where skips are provided, it would also include ongoing and regular work from the roads team, as well as emergency work after a flood team. So that is being collated as we speak. Currently, it is looking as if figures will be similar broadly to what is being suggested already, and if members agree for the scheme to go ahead, then we would work very closely with services within the council in order to transfer their current roles and remits over to what that would look like in terms of the project itself. The second point that I will pick up is in relation to the impact assessment. So again, I'll give members that assurance that an initial assessment has been progressed with key stakeholders, and if members agree today that impact assessment will progress to a full impact assessment with stakeholders across the communities, including businesses, including the fair, including other organisations, and that will be included in future reports to members. The last one that I'll pick up before handing over to Mo is just in terms of common goods. Now, what I would confirm to members is that a decision to use the common good land for the White Sands flood protection scheme and public realm improvements was taken at the meeting of the Dumfries Common Good subcommittee on the 27th of October 2014. Now, in terms of the specific question that you asked there in terms of the fair, so the work is ongoing with the Fair Working Group, including Roods Fair for both the March and September fairs. The plan at the moment is to move them slightly forward than where they are just now, and we'll continue to work with them, and we'll continue to consider the income that brings in. And if it continues to be a common good income, then it will continue to be that if it's on common good land. But again, we'll work through that process if members agree the project today. I will now, convener, if it's okay, hand over to Mo to pick up on a couple of the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. Thank you, councillor. I will just pick up on the question one by one. I think if I would start with SEPA and planning conditions, the White Sands is no different to any other construction project. So generally construction project, they have conditions for planning or SEPA or Historic Scotland or similar agencies. What I can assure you today, like any project we do in the council, we do not start any construction project without the consents being in place, the planning conditions being discharged, and any concerns or issues with SEPA get resolved. And we have a competent team in terms of design team from Jacob, TNT, our internal resources, and we have a tier 1 contractor working with us, so they will ensure all the conditions, all the issues, they will be resolved before any work happen on site. In terms of the car park, yes, so the car park, I don't want to get into too much detail about it because there is commercial sensitivity and negotiations. What I can assure you that it will be value for money from the council. So in terms of that's the concern. In terms of plan B, again, I would rather not discuss it here, but the council have other mechanism to progress with that if it's needed to be. Supply chain. Yeah, we discussed this so many times, I think, at this committee, E&I, and myself personally, I went out to businesses from door to door across Dumfries and try to attract as much contractors as we can to come do business with us. The contractor, during the pre-construction phase, they held an open event for the supply chain. There was a great turnout, to be fair, in comparison to other projects, and we will keep encouraging the contractor to engage with local supply chain. There is some issues sometimes because the supply chain in our area is quite small and they struggle in terms of the paperwork and insurance liabilities, but I can assure you the team will work with the main contractor and see to attract as much local supply chain as possible and practical. In terms of maintaining the project at low risk, as I said, we have a competent team. They will work with the local community, with other council services and external agencies, and that's one of the main reasons why the appendix and the item Karen touched on in the presentation, the project has been phased, so to minimise the disruption in the town and manage those risks phase by phase. I think the last question was in page 169 about additional management. So that will be part of the project. So it's unaccounted for, it's not revenue, it's part of the project. To be completely frank with you, and just following in terms of the recommendation, the cold report and what we learned from previous project and the issues that happened across the country in terms of the flood schemes, what we have decided as project team is to have an additional resource in terms of a third party independent inspector, so that person will oversee the design team and the contractor and act independently, but that's been accounted for as part of the project cost. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Camina.
Thank you for those comprehensive answers. I'll maybe just turn to the sort of start of the meeting, where I confirmed that the meeting was live streamed and recorded, because there's a lot of technical detail being discussed. So I would encourage any member who wants to hear a repeat of some of that to go on to the YouTube, where you can actually hear direct, because I appreciate there is a lot in there. Councillor Maureen Johnston, I will come to yourself next, please.
Thank you, Convener. I may actually be repeating something, but I'm still going to go through it. Thank you. I would like to start with the stakeholders' engagement on page 120. The Showman's Fair and Guild, who have been given a paragraph in this. Now, considering the Showman's Fair and Guild are lessees of an area of the land in question, plans and discussions have been underway with the Dumfries Fair Working Group, yet we have nothing in this document as to when meetings were held, with no final outcome or decisions made. The plans submitted in the business case for this scheme, White Sands project, it still lacks crucial detail on how the Dumfries Fairs will continue and thrive, having been in existence with the earliest record from a royal charter being in 1592, and is one of the 2 remaining oldest street fairs in the world. And many, many generations of Dumfries and Galloway people have visited this fair. We are being asked to make a decision on the future of the Rood Fair with no final design solution in place till next year. What thought has been given to the culture, heritage, the aspirations and the well-being of Scotland's show people? The threat posed by the public realm improvements to the area of the White Sands, to both the fairs, a tradition and part of our heritage, providing livelihoods to generations of show people and their families. And also, have the fair operators been fully considered on any plans, for future plans for the White Sands? If I could just reference you to page 138, 2.3.1. Dumfries and Galloway is shaped and defined by the people who call it home. They are its lifeblood and reflect the history, heritage and culture of our region. I would also include the show people and their families who have been part of Dumfries for generations. There is no record in this document of how many meetings have taken place with the Showman's Guild or any decisions as to the future of the fairs. Now, considering no decision has been made for the future of the fairs, do we have all the necessary information to make a truly informed decision today? I would now take you to the Norwegian connection, further down the page, the Scottish-Norwegian connection. I note that the Norwegian stone gifted to Dumfries through the Norwegian connection is to be moved. Has the new location been decided? If so, where to? And if it has been decided, how many meetings were held and who attended those meetings in the making of this decision, as there is no reference to any meetings in this document. Now, there is also no information in this document that I can find showing any outcome of engagements held with the Dumfries community or the Dumfries business community or Lower Burn Community Council. Is that information available? Now, my last question relates to the economic viability of this scheme. On page 118, 4.7, it states that the scheme provides good value for money, providing quantified benefits worth 74.4 million in total. As you can see in page 118, it is all listed at 4.7. How is this figure quantified? And over what time period in years is this benefit likely to show a return? I can see no evidence to back up this claim. At this point, it is pure conjecture. A benefit of 74.4 million, the figures produced are unsubstantiated, as the future outcome of this scheme will depend on human interaction and acceptance of the scheme. How is that measured? So how can this 74.4 million be justified? Annual revenue cost and the maintenance, 76,500. And that is an annual projected cost at this time. Now, we can't even afford hanging baskets on the high street, and we're looking to close public toilets. We're going through a budget setting process now and have been conducting a public consultation. It's mostly on how to save money by axing certain services and provisions, closing swimming pools and leisure facilities, music tuition in our schools, care in the community, social service, and we still have the Kirkcudbright Bridge to repair or replace. Now, most people support the design and installation of a flood defence scheme, but not the public realm improvement and installation of, but not the public realm improvement. Now, I have yet to hear any great support for the public realm improvement. And how can this council justify this public realm improvement given the economic climate and also the inevitable obliteration of the White Sands? Centuries of history and our heritage gone forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. So I think there were 4 main points on there. I would just, again, gently remind members to perhaps, if a question has been raised already, to maybe pivot your question if there's a further aspect that hasn't already been asked. But yes, I will come to Karen first of all. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Johnston, for your questions. I'll cover off a couple of elements first, and then I'll hand over to Mark to pick up on some of the detail. So I think, first of all, throughout some of your questions, Councillor Johnston, you were asking for dates of meetings and working groups. As that's an operational detail, we haven't included that in this strategic report, but we'd be more than happy to provide members with that detail at a later date. I can give you the assurance that there has been regular working groups, and engagement sessions ongoing throughout the development of the full business case. You also asked for notes of that. Again, that's operational between those groups, whether that's Lowerburn Community Council through the participation requests, or with the fair working group, or with the business working group. And again, there has been notes of each of those meetings taken and shared with the parties present at the table having those discussions. In terms of the engagement sessions held, again, that links into some of the conversations and engagement which I've just referred to there. In terms of the actual engagement sessions that were held in September this year, which were very successful, we have published initial findings from that, and we are just producing the sort of you said we did in terms of how that is going to feature into the overall project. I won't pick up the question in terms of the annual revenue costs as I answered that previously, if that's okay. But I'll now hand over to Mark to provide a little bit more detail in and around I guess discussions with the Showman's Fair, the location of the Norwegian Connection stone, and good value for money on page 118.4.7. Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor. With regards to the fairs, the Dumfries Fairs Working Group was formed to discuss the concerns over the scheme's design. One of the first elements of the scheme that we concluded as part of the detailed design was the alignment of the defences. These were discussed almost immediately with Fairs Scotland and the Fairs, the Showman's Guild, to confirm what can be done with the areas required. The plot sizes were all discussed in detail and plotted onto the drawings and have continued to be developed throughout the design. There's almost a bi-weekly meeting with the fair and the working group to look at the locations, and it is still very much a work in progress, but we are continuing to work with the fair and the working groups to get continuation of the fair within the White Sands footprint, as it will be post-scheme. There's been various options and possible solutions that have been developed alongside Jacobs and the working group. The options have been assessed at the working group in July, which led to the development of a hybrid solution as the preferred option in principle. Drawings were produced in November this year, and all options required demountable street furniture as an enabler. The Scottish Showman's Guild internal consultation with their members and their tenants is still to be undertaken. With regards to the Norwegian Society and the location of the stone, the Society were consulted. We had a meeting within the council building to discuss the potential solution and the potential locations for the location of the stone. The location that's shown on the 100% design was the preferred option with the Society. The 100% drawings have now been shared with the Society for comment. So that's hopefully largely agreed in principle as well. With regards to the value for money for the scheme, the economic assessment has been done in compliance with the multicoloured manual and industry standards. It has been assessed and reviewed independently by the same reviewer who did the initial review of the economic assessment back in 2017. To give a little bit of assurance to the council that that is reasonable and acceptable assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just come back to Karen. Was there any other final points you wanted to come back to, Karen?
Thank you, Convener. No, I believe we've answered all questions raised by Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you. I have got Councillor Malcolm Johnson next, please.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. I'll keep this nice and short because most of my questions have been answered, but this is just an observation. We're only a matter of, I don't know, half an hour or 40 minutes into this discussion, and already we're having amendments to the costs insofar as we're going to end up looking at our business support scheme going forward. So I hope this isn't an omen as to the direction of travel for the cost of this project, but that's just a wee statement. Cheers.
Thank you. I don't believe there was any question there, so thank you. We'll note those comments. Councillor Wood, I've got yourself next, and then just to confirm, I've got Councillor Slater, Councillor Stitt, and Councillor Jameson also on my list, and Leader. So, Councillor Wood, please.
Thank you, Convener, for letting me in. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate the earlier speakers. I think they've all been pretty thorough with the questions, and like Councillor Johnson, I've got a few left to ask. This is an extremely complex scheme whereby you've got flood waters coming down from up on this scale, meeting tidal waters. And the last person that I heard of that tried to hold back tidal waters was King the New, and he wasn't very successful. I think he got his feet wet and that got back. However, this scheme is going on for 2 or 3 years, and I would like to know what the overrun costs are likely to be, what percentage they're adding. And I'd also like to know, since it is tidal and you're going to be holding or increasing the amount of water being held back, what would be the impact on Glencaple and other communities further south of the river?
Councillor Wood, you're quite muffled with your speech. It's really quite difficult to hear you in the hall. I just want to check with officers that they've actually heard your questions, because I'm struggling, and I might have to ask you to repeat and maybe come a little bit closer to your microphone, because it is quite muffled. But have you picked up the questions, or would you like them repeated?
Thank you, Convener. No, it would be appreciated if Councillor Wood would be able to repeat that, please. Thank you.
Can you possibly just repeat those questions, Councillor Wood, because the microphone is quite muffled on your device?
Right, I'm really sorry about that, because I've actually got works going on and behind me as well. Probably does not help. Can you hear me?
We can hear
you.
It's just quite muffled. So if you're able to speak a little bit closer to the microphone, that might help.
Right, I'll try my best. It's the overrun costs. As we're aware, Paul Garrett has been quite clear that we have got limited room to work. I would like to know how they have assessed any overrun costs, as this is going over a period of some 2 to 3 years. The other point is, what is the tidal effect on Glen Capel and communities south of the town? Was that okay?
Yep, that was much clearer. Thank you. Thank you so much for repeating
Thank
those.
you.
So, overrun costs and the tidal effect. I'll pass over to Karen, please.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Wood. I'll hand straight over to Mo to answer both of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor. As I said earlier, in terms of the cost, it has been designed to deal with any known risks across the period of the project delivery. So we know at this stage, on what we know, we're not anticipating the cost to increase at all from what we have put forward in front of you today. So the cost is market tested. It's not estimates. They have been market tested. Most of all the work packages, the contractor market tested them in terms of 3 quotation per work package. A full risk register has been costed in terms of the risk, and the risks they've been allocated in some ownership accordingly. So yeah, and for what we know today, any unknown are accounted for, and we are not anticipating that cost to go any further. In terms of the impact on the scheme, so the scheme is designed and modelled not to have any negative impact on properties outside of the scheme. And it's been in line with the requirement of the Flood Risk Management Act of 2009 in Scotland. And there was some sediment removal as part of the scheme is to ensure this to happen. So, as I said, the scheme is designed not to have that impact outside of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo.
Convener, can I come back in a minute?
Yep.
I was also having difficulty hearing. Did I hear that it is a fixed cost?
So I'll just come back to Mo to confirm that. Mo?
I wouldn't call it a fixed cost from a contractual perspective, but from the project cost in front of you today, that's what has been accounted for. You would call a fixed cost contractually when it's a design and build, but what we have here is a traditional design client-led with the delivery from a contractor. So it will be based on the bill of quantities cost. But for a project cost, that what we're not anticipating anything beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo, for confirming that. So I've got Councillor Slater next, and apologies, Councillor Hislop, I didn't have you on my list previously, but I have now. So Councillor Slater, I'll come to yourself, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, it's good to hear all the good questions today. I must admit, I'm quite pleased to hear all the people asking really pertinent questions, but I'd like to read something to you. Right, dear colleagues, the Dumfries is defined by its heritage. The Evergilla Bridge has spanned the River Nith for centuries. It is the most photographed landmark in our town, featured nightly on our local news.
Sorry, Councillor, could you slow down and speak a little bit clearer into the microphone?
Sorry, I forgot about the yes.
Thank you, and if you have a question, that would be really helpful as well.
Okay, right, I'll start again. Colleagues, dear colleagues, Dumfries is defined by its heritage. Devergilla Bridge has spanned the River Nith for centuries. It is the most photographed landmark in our town, featured nightly on our local news and proudly displayed in businesses across Dumfries. It is not just stone and mortar, it is a living symbol of our identity. Thousands of residents have signed petitions opposing the current flood scheme. This is not a fringe concern, it is a clear democratic mandate from the people of Dumfries, who want flood protection that safeguards lives and livelihoods without sacrificing our heritage. The current design dates back to 2012. Since then, flood protection technologies has advanced dramatically. Self-rising barriers, modular defences, integrated micro-hydro systems that are now proven solutions across Europe. These approaches protect communities while preserving history, views and even generating renewable energy. Why should Dumfries settle for outdated methods when better heritage-sensitive solutions exist today? We must demand updated flood modelling and a fresh consultation. The Council owes the public transparency, not reliance on inflated statistics or decade-old assumptions. Protecting Dumfries requires honesty, innovation and respect for our shared history. Let us protect Dumfries from floods, yes, but let us also protect Dumfries' soul. Devergilla Bridge, the Rood Fair, Green Sands and the Riverside are not obstacles to progress. They are the very reasons progress must be done right. Together we can deliver a scheme that future generations will thank us for, one that marries resilience with respect. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can certainly note your letter that you've read out there as a statement, and I hope that the transparency that our meeting is taking place today and the opportunity to ask all these questions actually reflect some of the concerns raised there with that honest and transparent dialogue that we're having today. So thank you.
Yes, Chair, this is our heritage and history is very important. If you take that away, what have we got? We've got...
Do you have a question, Councillor?
Well, I suppose a question is... the question really is, has all the pieces of the jigsaw been put together before the meeting today? Because there's a lot appears to be parts seem to be missing, and they're very important parts. So that is a question. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have had the presentation and the real technical questions being asked and responded to. Clearly there is, as already intimated, going to be a potential motion. So I don't think, I mean, I will invite officers if there's any comments to make, but I'm content with the statement and with where we are at this point. But Karen, do you want to come in at all at this point?
Thank you, Convener, and through yourself, and thank you, Councillor Slater. Sorry, I don't like to have my back to members. Just to confirm, the full business case, you know, is following the HM Treasury Green Book and is covering the strategic case, the economic case, the financial case, commercial case and management case, and as officers and a project team for the project, we are very comfortable that all processes have been followed adequately. Thank you.
Thank you. And just really to confirm, with this report, as with all our reports today, there is that governance assurance attached to the reports as they are presented to members and for the members of public. So just to really reiterate that from the convener's point of view. So I'm going to move on now. So I've got Councillor Hislop next, please.
I think I've got 5 questions, but there might be a couple of points in them. There was mention earlier by Karen about impact assessment, initial one done, going on to a full one. If the full one comes back as negative, will the project be stopped at that point? There was further mention of we'd looked at moving the fair forward. Now, is that as in rather than March, have it in February, or is it moving it forward onto the road, which would block the actual road White Sands for a week and a bit in March and maybe 3 or 4 days in September? Because if you think of down near where Domino's are, other pizza shops are available, that would actually currently it sits just at the roadside, so if you're putting a barrier, then moving the fair forward, you'd be onto the road and actually closing it, so that's an issue. 1 in 100 years or 1 in 75, if we get a 1 in 100 flood next year, or if we build it, will that actually do away with your £32 million improvement in properties because it's actually flooded anyway, whether it's there or not, so that actually takes away from your business case. We have a report which has bits missing out of it because they've been redacted. Now, we have a report at the end of the agenda or after lunch, which is for a similar thing that has the full business case there. This one has been redacted. Why didn't we have the full business case here and take it in private? And the last one, if processes don't allow this to start in time, do we lose the funding? I'm thinking there's a mention of a car park. If that goes to compulsory purchase, is that a case of that process would take maybe a year, 2 years? Does that actually mean we can't deliver?
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Karen, over to you, please.
Thank you, Convener, and through yourself, thank you, Councillor Hislop, for your questions. Again, I'll pick up on a couple of them, and then I'll hand over to Mo and then Mark to pick up the rest. So in terms of the impact assessment that I mentioned earlier, as I say, it is an initial impact assessment, and we have been working with the stakeholders and organisations and businesses that we've met already. Early indications are that there's a significant number of characteristics come out positive. There are a handful of negative characteristics, but that's purely down to the fact that discussions today that we're having in terms of the fair and the relocation, the businesses, and because there will be, I guess, some movement for them during the work. So overall, at this moment in time, the initial impact assessment is coming out significantly positive. And as if agreed by members today, we will work through the full impact assessment, and there'll be full engagement with the wider organisations and communities. In terms of the redacted report, I was very keen to ensure that this report was in the public domain for full council, and I wanted to provide as much information as possible to members and to the wider community. As we touched on earlier, there are still elements which are progressing, which are commercially sensitive, and therefore that's the sections within the full business case that has been redacted. But I did feel it would be more positive for this report to be heard in public. The third point, just in terms of the location for the fair, it was the location instead of, I guess, the days I was referring to there. But I'll maybe pass over to Mark to pick that one up, and then hand over to Mo to pick up the other two elements, if that would be okay. Thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor. The footprint of the fair is remaining on the white sand, so the area that is available post-scheme is what we're trying to work with. So there is road closures and traffic management in place to manage the fair at the minute. We're trying to work within the limits of that to ensure that the fair continues as close to its existing footprint as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor. Just in terms of the car park query there, no, probably the short answer is no. It won't stop the project, because when you see the Appendix 1 at the phase in the White Sands itself is phase 3 and phase 4. So that's why our, as Councillor Wilson earlier asked about Plan B. So our Plan B is part of the way how we programmed the project. So we will, if there is any issues, we will deal with them as per the program without impacting the completion date of the whole of the project. I think it was another question around the 1 in 200 and the 1 in 75. As Mark touched on earlier, the 1 in 200 is what kind of the gold standard, what people want to achieve. Buying the White Sands, if I'm right, it wasn't possible for the White Sands itself, and the economic benefit in the property is across it's a period of time. So if it happens in 1 in 75, it won't take the full benefit, and maybe probably a small impact on it for that year that happened, but it won't be the full benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Soap, are you looking for clarity on one of those responses?
Yes, the impact assessment, if the future impact assessment is negative, comes back negative, will it stop the project at that point? And on the last point, if it overtops the thing, if we have a 1 in 100 year, now does that take the price away from your 32 million? And if it does, therefore, does it fall below the £1 to £1 ratio where Green Book things wouldn't happen? Because we need to know that, because, you know, other projects require this. This one requires the same scrutiny.
Thank you. So on those two specific points, I don't know who wants to come in. Mark, are you able to come in? Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor. The 1 in 75-year standard of protection within the scheme is designed to have a level of freeboard within that as well. That is the factor of safety that's allowed. So the flood level for the 1 in 75 would be actually lower than the top of the wall in all the cases. So that is a climate change allowance. There's a model allowance within that as well. So once that runs through the model, you might find that increases the level of protection. But in terms of overtopping, what if? Every scheme has a what if it goes over 100, if it's 1 in 200, we can't predict our work for that. All we can do is base it on the 1 in 75-year levels and what we can provide to the town. Thank you.
Thank you for that one. I'm conscious, members, it's coming up to 12:30. We've been going for 2 hours, but I do still have a number of speakers. So I've got Councillor Stitt next, followed by Councillor Jameson, the leader, and Councillor Little. And then I'm going to draw questions to a close at that point. And then Councillor Blake, you'd like to speak to formally propose amendment. So at that point, we would take a break, probably for lunch as well. Are members content to carry on at this point, just because I am aware of time that we've been going 2 hours? So I'm just looking for some nods or otherwise. Yes, I'm seeing nods. Perfect. So, Councillor Stitt, I will come to yourself, please.
Thanks, Convener. I wasn't going to get involved today, but I thought I'd better. I'd like to thank Karen and the team for the presentation here today. I think it's been very helpful. My fellow councillor, Blake, I thought I was sitting at Dalbeattie Community Council when he started his contribution, because it was a certain person's always at a meeting. This has been a bee in his bonnet, but I'll leave that and see what Ian's amendment is. On Councillor Bell's saying that the public in Dumfries and Galloway up my arms at spending 13 million. I don't know what they think later on in the agenda if we're going to pass on another thing where we're spending about 3 times that. But maybe in a happier note for Karen and the team, there's an article today in BBC Scotland News that I'll read some out. Richard Knox, who's owned a sports shop in the White Sands for almost 40 years, knows only too well issues of nearby River Nith can cause. His shop was flooded on 3 occasions, with the last incident in 2023 when he had to be rescued. He said that after years of consultations and meetings, the time has come for a clear way forward. We'd like a decision one way or another. If they decide not to go ahead with it, I'd like to know what the other alternative is. Every single time there's heavy rain, we are caught in no man's land deciding whether to move stock or not. We'd really like a decision. The longer this goes on, the more expensive. And he does finish to say he's been won over by the project. The plans I have seen are really quite attractive because there's a walkway on it, a cycle path and so on. It could bring more people down to the river. And I think if that's one of the local shopkeepers saying it, I think it's quite a good note for me to finish on.
Thank you, Councillor Stitt. I think that is helpful to have the balance in our debate today as well. But Karen, are you wanting to make any comment on that?
Thank you, Councillor Convener, and thank you, Councillor Stitt. I think, appreciate you reading out the article today. in terms of the flood scheme, and I absolutely appreciate, you know, across the community, you know, there is people for the scheme and people not for the scheme. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson, I'm going to come to yourself, please.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, I'd really like to congratulate the team on the business plan and the way you've answered some very challenging questions. I think it's been very valuable, whether you're for or against, to be scrutinised. I do believe there's been a lack of attention to the potential positive implications, notwithstanding the fact that I'm no engineer and there might be better ways of doing it. But I'm grateful also for Councillor Stitt's contribution there, because my question, well, my point is this: I've done many business plans in the agricultural sector, and one thing's for sure and certain: there is no situation where there is no risk. And sometimes we're overly concentrating on the potential risks rather than the potential positives. And I think we need to have a balanced conversation on that. My question, Convener, is this, and it touched on Councillor Stitt's comments there. If I was running a business on the White Sands with high insurance and the risk of flooding, I wouldn't be investing in that business. If this gives the local businesses some assurance that they can invest thousands and thousands of pounds in their business to provide better businesses, profitable businesses, and serve the people of Dumfries and wider, then I would be for it if I was a business person, regardless of the potential disruption in the process, and I think that was addressed. So my question is, have we considered the potential of lower insurance premiums and encouraging local business to invest without the risk of flooding?
Thank you. Karen, I'll come to you on that one, please.
Thank you, Convener, and through yourself, and thank you, Councillor, for your Jameson, for your question and your comments. I'll refer back to a previous response in terms of work that we are doing with businesses. Initially, that has been engaging with them in relation to the scheme and the project itself. If the scheme and the project is agreed, we will then be setting up a specific group to work specifically with the businesses, you know, across the White Sands area, the Green Sands and Dock Park area, to encourage that development, that sustainability, that viability going forward. So that would certainly be and is currently work in progress, but it will very much depend on the decision today in terms of whether members agree to progress or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. I think it's only appropriate that we've heard the scrutiny that we've had today, and I'm very aware that there's a lot of members of the public have needed a lot of reassurance about this and still have concerns, but I think what we've heard is, most of my questions have been pretty much asked. I think there's been some good questions today, but we've had assurances around cost certainty and the risk allowances made. I would seek probably that reassurance about the Clerk of Works or contract monitoring arrangement. So Mo, maybe that's something you can touch on. There's also a few questions, I mean, and this is just for belt and braces, but could I get a reassurance as well that we're on legally sound footing going forward? Because there has been some quarters of the community that have raised legal concerns. I don't need to get into the detail. I'm sure we can get a privileged briefing if need be, but just in terms that we're on sound footing. I'm noting the engagement to date and the commitment to ongoing engagement with businesses, the Showman's Guild, the Showman's Fair and Guild, and the communities, and there's no doubt this is going to cause disruption if it does go ahead. Any development in this scale will. But this can be managed, I think, through the various phases, as Karen's outlined, and I would be encouraged if we can get that reassurance again that we will be speaking to stakeholders to make sure that they are accommodated as much as possible through the various phases. I'm encouraged by the work to enable local businesses, which is a point raised earlier, in terms of being able to benefit from the significant external investment, looking at around 55 million, and would welcome that reassurance that will continue in terms of creating local jobs for local contractors, because I think that's basically one of our key values as a council, and I think we would like to get that oversight of that. We know this is on a national priority list for flood protection. We've had the public inquiry. The project's passed the required tests in terms of being able to draw down the funding, including the cost-benefit tests. We can also see the significant public realm investment and improvement opportunities, which will be a benefit for decades to come. So if I can maybe get the answer to a couple of those points, I'll then just finish off. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. So I'll maybe just turn firstly to Vlad in reference to the legal sound footing advice that we are on, hopefully, and then I'll come to Karen. But Vlad, I'll come to yourself first in terms of that initial question.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Thompson. I think one of my colleagues earlier stated the importance of compliance and compliance with regulations, compliance with planning law, and overall compliance with all legislation. That includes any issues around common good. And the assurance I would give members is that, you know, up to this point, I'm content that where we are is compliant in terms of what you've got in front of you. Obviously, that's an ongoing matter in terms of compliance, and in particular in regards to regulation, and that will be continually assessed throughout the project.
Thank you, Vlad. And I will come to Karen for the next question. Thanks.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Thompson. Again, I'll pick up one of the remaining 3 points, and then I'll hand over to Mo to pick up the other 2. So in terms of engagement, and we've spoken a wee bit about that today, but just, you know, to give yourself, Leader, and other members that reassurance that engagement going forward with all organisations, with stakeholders, with communities, with business owners will be key and will be fundamental to the project progressing. Already behind the scenes we have a robust communications plan in place, which will continue to be developed and then will be implemented should members agree to go ahead today. So just to provide you that insurance in terms of comms and engagement. I'll hand over to Mo to just pick up the other 2 points in terms of Clerk of Works monitoring arrangements and the enabling local businesses and contractors. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thanks, Leader. In terms of the Clerk of Works arrangement, it will be no different than what we do in all our projects. Probably this project and its complexity, it will be even more. And as I said earlier, it's not just Clerk of Works resources. We are appointing an independent tester who will oversee the whole team and will provide regular independent reporting in terms of the project, and he'll play a big key part in terms of the handover and the completion of the project. On top of that, the team involved today, they are all experienced chartered project managers and engineers. Jacobs as well, the designers, we've been lucky in terms of their resource they provide for us. One thing probably I will add, I don't know if it is appropriate for full council or not, but I met personally with the contractor themselves. I told them what we expect from them as a council, and I warned them in terms of any issues, the council will not hesitate to use its contractual obligations in terms of how we deal with the contract going forward. So I can give you that full assurance in terms of that. In terms of engagement, it's not just with the businesses. If the project get approved, this team job is not just to deliver the project. One of their priorities is continuous engagement with the community, and that's including with the contractor. Probably we will even seek to have some sort of regular engagement meeting, just in terms of update and taking concerns. As you said, this is a big project across the town, so the more engaged and our communications are clear with the local community and the businesses, the better. Thank you.
And just in terms of promoting and encouraging local jobs and recruitment for local businesses?
Yeah, that's always we push for that through our in terms of community benefit through the procurement. One thing in this contract in particular, we put KPIs for the contractor to achieve. Otherwise, there will be some financial implication if they don't achieve it. I think we have a big capital project in the town, which is the Dumfries High School, and there is a lot of apprenticeships and a local employment there. So I would like to see the White Sands, if approved, to follow the same footsteps or even more, just due to the extent of the project as well. Thank you.
So, if it's okay, Convener, no, thank you. I move that we go with the recommendations.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Mo, for that one. So I do have Councillor Little still to speak. Councillor McGregor, you indicated, but can I just check, is that to formally second the amendment that Councillor Blake is? Right, I did say I wasn't going to take any questions, so if it can be really concise, I'll bring you in before moving to Councillor Blake, so I will do that. But Councillor Little.
Thank you, Convener. This has been a very long and, I believe, fruitful discussion. Lots of questions, but that's why we're here. Some of the questions regarding views, and I don't know if members from Dumfries remember, up until not that long ago, the full length of the White Sands was double-decker buses and coach buses, and I did not hear anyone complaining about the views when that was the situation for a long, long, long time. I think the design itself is a beautiful view, and it draws your eye to the river view and not away. But what I want to say is turning down almost £60 million of Scottish Government investment for Dumfries would be a devastating mistake. We have the opportunity to inject new life into Dumfries. Now, there's been a far too long wait for meaningful progress. Rejecting this investment would halt growth. It'd send a message that Dumfries is closed to opportunities, leaving residents to shoulder the consequences of stalled development and loss of confidence in the town's future. So my question is, I just want to ask members to just consider, before we move to a motion and amendment, to consider the message that rejecting this investment into our town, into our region, what kind of message that would give out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. So I will take that as a question to all members, that we won't go round the room, but appreciate the statement there. Thank you. So Councillor McGregor, please.
Yeah, I'll be concise, and it's going back to the redacted information on pages 162 and 181. And the Leader alluded to the fact that we've scrutinised this well. We can't scrutinise it because the information simply isn't there, and some of it relates to the risk allowance. Now, the risk allowance is the risk allowance, but I don't know what the detail in that particular table 12 is. Same on 181, the results and how we move to options. It's not telling me the rationale behind that, and I completely accept Karen saying that she wanted this to be aired in public, but from a due diligence perspective, it's shackled elected members because we are not getting the fullest of information, and I don't know what is hidden behind that. I have to take faith in the fact that we've been given a verbal assurance that the costs are what they are, but I have no physical written evidence of that. And I think that if we're going to invest £68 million, regardless of whether it's Scottish Government funding or council funding, it is public funding. If we're going to invest £68 million, we need to be assured that that cost analysis is absolutely so, and that the 1 in 75 flood risk, which is what we're working to at the moment, it looks to me that we're going to spend £68 million on a scheme that if there's a 1 in 100 or a 1 in 125 or a 1 in 150, it will fail, and those businesses will flood anyway, and their insurance will still be null and void. So I need assurances around that. I don't know if elected members can have a unredacted, officially sensitive copy sent round in the recess and lunchtime. But I need to know what's hidden behind there.
Karen, I will come to yourself on that one. Okay, I'll give officers the chance to come back to those comments. So, Karen.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor McGregor. Yeah, I absolutely pick up, you know, your comments in terms of the redactions there, but, you know, as I explained earlier, I was really conscious that this report needed to be shared in public. I would be more than happy, following full council, to provide a confidential briefing in terms of what those details look like. But it would be, as I say, a confidential briefing, and the reason for it not being present today is because of the confidential, the commercial sensitivities that are sitting around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. So I've got a couple of actions that I have just noted. So there is an action there to provide a confidential briefing, and there was a previous one, I think, from Councillor Maureen Johnston about an assurance of sharing further information on the Dumfries Fair working group dates.
Could just come back in. I don't find that acceptable as an elected member, that we're being asked to make a decision probably within the next hour as to whether this scheme goes ahead or not on the basis of information we have not seen. And as elected members, we're entitled to see that information, but this report has been held in public, and as such, we're not getting to see that information. So that, to me, if we make a decision on this and it goes ahead, the horse is bolted, and we will not have sight of that, and I think that completely undermines elected members.
So those comments are absolutely noted. We have got a motion to move the recommendations as are. We've also got a member indicating that he's wishing to formally propose an amendment, and perhaps you're wishing to propose an alternative amendment as well. I have agreed that we will be taking a break before any of these are considered, and if we do need to move into private session, that's certainly an option. We already have a Teams link set up for additional items, so that all can be considered during the break when we have had sight of the amendments. So hopefully that can offer some reassurance that nobody is going to be rushed into making a decision without the due diligence and without the facts before them. I will just come in myself, if I may, and obviously the leader has proposed that we move the recommendations as they are. I would probably formally like to second that and just put my thanks on record to all the staff that have done a huge amount of work. I think the comments made by Councillor Little, our Provost of Dumfries, really championing this, as this is sending a signal that Dumfries and Galloway is open to investment. We want to support regeneration. We absolutely understand the issues of flood protection, and we have already gone through a full public inquiry back in 2020. So I'm delighted to be able to formally second the leader on that one and welcome the huge and significant investment that Scottish Government are providing in order to take forward this scheme, because I'm very, very aware there's other schemes across Scotland that do not have the potential to go forward because they are not being considered in the Cycle 1 scheme. And just on the final point I will make is, I think it's really important that we make the decision as Dumfries and Galloway councillors covering the region. The comment made previously that people elsewhere in the region wouldn't support this because they don't see the direct benefit. Well, you know, I mentioned it at the very start. I would really hope that that doesn't mean that members aren't going to support the Newton Stewart flood scheme when it comes forward to this stage, because that is vital for the town and certainly for the wider ward of Mid Galloway and Wigton West, of which I am a representative of. So I just wanted to put on record that and formally second. But without, I'd say, Councillor McFarlane, your hand has come up, and I have said I'm not wishing to take any further questions. I did allow Councillor McGregor, so out of fairness, I will give you the option if you've got a very concise question.
Thank you, Convener. No, it wasn't that. It was I was mindful of the fact that our leader needed a seconder for the motion, but you've taken that place, so thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. So I will now come to Councillor Blake. I'm not aware, I think the amendment has been received. It's not yet been circulated in paper form, but it will be emailed as well, and I'll come to you to speak to that one, reminding members that I think we have 5 minutes for proposing any motions. Thank you, or amendments.
Thank you, Convener. It certainly won't take me 5 minutes. I think it's been well discussed, and I appreciate the presentation and the members' comments. A great importance has been placed on the legal process, including the public inquiry and consultation, none of which has referred to actually public support and public feeling on this. And I think that we're here to represent our constituents, and that's what we must look forward to. Anyway, going to the amendment, my amendment 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3, to keep it brief, is the same as posted. My change to 2.4 would be, having considered the proposals, including the project increased costs, the loss of amenities, potential loss of the historic sphere, and the overwhelming lack of public support, that a decision be made not to proceed to Gateway Stage 3, and the Scottish Government to be advised accordingly. In addition, 2.5, in review of the decision made at recommendation 2.4, ensure that steps are now taken to investigate an alternative design and an acceptable flood protection scheme, including looking at possible funding opportunities. And I formally move that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. And I see Councillor Malcolm Johnson looking to come in to speak too. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. I just want to second the amendment from Councillor Blake, and I think, given that we've had papers already discussing the capital strategy going forward and the limitations that are going to be imposed on us, I think it would be useful in this case to concentrate on capital projects that have overwhelming public support, which I don't think this one does. So I formally second Councillor Blake.
Thank you both. So I did intimate that we could take a recess. I appreciate that there was questions around the redacted comments, so I will put it to members whether you wish to have a recess. Obviously, the amendment that is being proposed is as simple that we do not, and it's not deemed a complex amendment. So my advice is we don't necessarily need to have an amendment, and I'm content. A recess. However, if members still wish to have that recess, then we can move to that. So I am in the hands of members. Councillor McGregor, you were specifically looking to have that discussion. So I'll maybe come to you first for any comments.
I'm not going to teach grandmothers how to suck eggs, but how can elected members make a decision without seeing that redacted information?
So there's nothing in the amendment calling for additional information in order to make a decision. And I do have a motion that has been proposed and seconded, and an amendment that has been proposed and seconded. So unless there's a counter amendment to call for a recess to consider further information, I would move that we go straight to the vote. Councillor Blake, do you want to come back in, please?
Yes, certainly. I'm more than happy to incorporate Councillor McGregor's proposals into my amendment. I think it would be very helpful, extremely helpful, to have that information to hand before that decision is made. Thank you.
So members, I think if you give me 5 minutes, I think it is important that I seek governance advice on this, because by incorporating the request into your amendment is for making that decision before you've received. So I'm not sure that that's competent. So I do want to just get advice from governance on that one. But Councillor McGregor, if you've got a further point you wish to make.
I'm quite sure under standing orders that if I call a recess now, it takes precedence.
Would you like to do such a thing? Yes. There we are. We can do that. I'll just check with Vlad on the process of that. Thanks. So my advice given is I do need to have a rationale for the recess. So are you able to quantify what the recess is, the purpose of that?
I think I'd like to discuss with my group and perhaps governance the validity of us not having this information before we go to a vote.
Okay. No, thank you for that one. So it is 5-1. There has been the call for that. I'm quite happy to take that, and that governance advice provided to all political groupings should they wish that, and would ask that officers make themselves available. It is 5-1 now, and I understand that lunch... Yeah, I'm just checking. So lunch is here. If we take... noting that we will have lunch as well, and there may be an opportunity to circulate further information, if I propose that we come back at 1:45, that allows 45-50 minutes in order to have a break, give our interpreters a break, and then we can come back at 1:45 if members are content. Thank you. We will pause there. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. So, noting the time at 1:45, I'm just going to call another 15-minute recess. The information has just been sent and I've been assured it should be in your inbox now. So, to allow just some due diligence to take place, I will pause the meeting and we will come back again at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, members. So I hope that you've all managed to get a good lunch and you've got all the information that has been circulated, and then that additional extension to be able to look at that. So I am aware that we have got a motion that has been proposed and seconded, and an amendment that was proposed and seconded. There's been further information shared, but I'll maybe turn to the mover of the motion, Council Leader Stephen Thompson. Councillor.
Thanks, Convener. So, I mean, obviously we've just been circulated quite a piece of information that's confidential. I don't know if we can really get in to ask questions about it because of the nature of the document. I think before we got to this stage, I was comfortable with the assurances given to me by our officers, and obviously behind that is the detail within this document, which we can't really discuss. Having had a quick look at it, I was already comfortable with the information we've been provided. I can't speak for all elected members, but I would be still happy to proceed on the basis that we've got the information we need to take a decision today. So I would move that we go forward on that basis, but accept that other elected members may think differently.
Thank you, Leader. I don't see anybody else indicating to speak at this point. I'll just double check in the room and online. I appreciate, Councillor Blake, you had your amendment already published and approved, but I'll maybe come to you to speak to your amendments. And I would also say I formally second the Leader. But Councillor Blake, do you want to come in, please?
Yes, thank you. I did notify both Nick and Tracy of a very slight change to that amendment. You should have it this time. It's in view of the discussion that took place just before the recess on the amount of redacted information. It's in respect of that. All I've added is given the amount of redacted information provided in the paper, and then it goes into and having considered the proposal. The remainder of that remains. I think it is important to highlight that, as you said, it's a very complex document, it's a very lengthy document. There were a lot of redactions in it, and because of that, it gives a lot of doubt into the system, into the scheme, and I would still make the amendment to stop the scheme progressing to Gateway Stage 3. So if you do take a note of the amend or the slightly changed amendment, and I formally move that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. Can you just confirm, we have got on the screen the amendment. Can you just clarify which parts have been amended, please?
Certainly, it's at the start of 2.4. All I've added in there is given the amount of redacted information published in the papers, and then and it goes on to having considered, which was on my original amendment.
Okay, no, thank you. And I'll just confirm with Councillor Malcolm Johnston that you're happy to second the amended as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. So I think we have got a clear motion and amendment. So I'll maybe turn to Vlad just to confirm the move to a vote.
Yes, thank you. And just to clarify to members, so we're moving to the motion as proposed by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Hagman in regards to moving with there is enough information to proceed and the recommendations within the report. And thereafter we've got an amendment for Councillor Blake and seconded by Councillor Malcolm Johnson that was put on the screen which Councillor Blake spoke to. Are members clear on that, the motion and amendment? Okay, we'll move to the roll call. Convener?
Motion, please.
Deputy Convener?
Motion.
Councillor Bell?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Beretti?
Motion.
Councillor Blake?
Amendment.
Councillor Brodie?
Amendment.
Councillor Doogie Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion, please.
Councillor Karen Carruthers?
Amendment.
Councillor Curry?
Amendment.
Councillor Dashpart?
Motion.
Councillor Davis?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Dempster?
Motion.
Councillor Dennerley?
Motion.
Councillor Dorward?
Motion.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Dorward?
Motion, please.
Councillor Drybrough?
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale?
Amendment.
Councillor Ferguson?
Motion.
Councillor Giusti?
Amendment.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Hislop?
Amendment.
Councillor Ingalls?
Amendment.
Councillor Jameson?
Motion.
Councillor Malcolm Johnson?
Amendment.
Councillor Maureen Johnson?
Amendment.
Councillor Jordan?
Motion, please.
Councillor Little?
Motion, please.
Councillor Lowe?
Motion, please.
Councillor McGregor?
Amendment, please.
Councillor McCammon?
Amendment.
Councillor McFarlane?
Motion.
Councillor Mayo?
Amendment.
Okay. Councillor Marsh?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Marshall?
Motion, please.
Councillor Slater?
Amendment.
Councillor Stevenson?
Motion, please.
Councillor Stitt?
Motion.
Councillor Walters?
Motion, please.
Councillor Wilson?
Motion, please.
Councillor Wood?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Young?
Motion.
Okay, if you just bear with us, the calculations gone astray. Sorry, best laid plans. Apologies. I think we'll just pause for 2 minutes and we'll get the results. Okay. Can you check? It's saying 23 on the motion.
I've got 23 and 18.
Go right up to the top.
Is it not 2319?
Okay. Thank you, members. Apologies. In terms of the motion, as members will see, we've got 23 and Amendment 18, and therefore the motion is carried.
Thank you, Vlad, and thank you, members. So the motion was the recommendations as printed, which was to agree recommendation 1, 4 and 5, and note recommendation 2 and 3. I'll just also clarify there were further 2 actions which we spoke to earlier, and I've got confirmation from the team. So thank you very much to members. That was a really important discussion, and I really thank everybody for their clarity in their questions. So as agreed at the start of the meeting, we agreed that after lunch we would move into the exempt item. So I will just confirm that in terms of item 25, the Local Government Scotland Act 1973, we are to consider the adoption of resolution to exclude the public from the meeting in terms of section 50A4 and paragraphs 8, 9 and 10 for item 26 and paragraphs 6, 8 and 9 for items 24A, Part 1 of the Schedule 7A of the Local Government Scotland Act of 1973. Are members happy to agree? Agreed? Thank you. So if those online, Councillor Marshall, I see your hands come up, but we do have a separate Teams link. But do you want to come in on that one?
Yeah, thanks. It was just clarity. I think at the beginning of the meeting you said also there was another urgent item that was to be taken in private. Is that to be taken at the same time as this one?
It is. So paragraphs 8, 9 and 10 of the Act refer to item 26. And paragraphs 6, 8 and 9 are the urgent item 24A. So we'll take both of those at a time. So if
Thanks.
Perfect, thank you. So we will pause the meeting here, and if members online can join the separate meeting link, we'll just take a few moments to make sure that everybody can transfer into the other Teams meeting. Thank you. Thank you, members, and we'll return back to our main agenda. However, with your indulgence, there are a couple of items that are really urgent that we have to make decisions today. There's still quite a few agenda items to get through, and the reality of getting through an entire agenda today is looking slim to none. So with your agreement, I am going to move the agenda about slightly. The next item that we're going to do is return back to our main item, which is number 7, which is the former Interfloor factory, which I've been informed we need to make a decision on today. The next item that is urgent that we make a decision on and we hear is item 9, which is the review of the Dumfries and Galloway NHS Board and Local Authority Integration Scheme. And I have had a request from the mover of the notices of motion for item 18 and 19. I appreciate in the past there has also been requests to change things about, but due to exceptional circumstances, I've agreed to bring these items forward. At that point, depending on how our timings go, we can return back to the usual running order, and we will make a call that we will have to, I would expect, to adjourn this meeting and get another meeting in the diary in due course. And I know that officers are looking to progress that because the reality is at 4:05 we are unlikely to get through the entire. So I'm seeing nods on around the room here. If members are content, we will progress on that basis. Yes? Okay. Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you've said, Convener. I'm just wondering, what is the urgency with item 7? Because it's sat there for donkey's years in its current state.
I'll come to Jamie to answer that one.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor McGregor. The urgency with item 7 is we have a deadline date for consideration of the Onerous Property Transfer Scheme application. We have made recommendations to members on the decision we think they should take, but the deadline is the 31st of December of this year.
Thank you. So with that, we will move to item 7, which is the former Interfloor factory report by Interim Head of Economy and Environment. And this report provides members with an update on the work to address the issues at the former Interfloor factory in Heath Hall, including engagement with potential development partners. It also advises members of the outcome of the initial site investigations to support progression towards a long-term regeneration opportunity at the site. Furthermore, the report highlights an options appraisal to support members' decision-making in relation to the ongoing approach to the King's and Lord's Treasurer's Remembrance Ownerless Property Transfer Scheme. Jamie Little is here, our Strategic Housing and Regeneration Team Leader, and Gillian Flack, our Housing and Regeneration Development Officer, are here to assist members with any questions. So, is there anything you want to add to the report? No, thank you. I will open up to questions, and Councillor Little, your hand's up first, please.
Quick as a flash. Yeah, I absolutely, this is my ward, and so I'm not going to disagree with something happening with this building. It's the biggest thing that comes to, I think, all 4 of the ward members. My question is, Jamie, we're agreeing an allocation, or potentially agreeing an allocation of 50,000 from unallocated funding within the Planning and Development Reserve to assess the development potential with a feasibility study. My question is, what next? You know, if we get a feasibility study and we put that money in, and I said, I'm not saying we shouldn't because I really want something done with this. If we find out all the different potentials, or if there is any, what's the next step? Because I'd like to see this move us forward and not just putting money in just to say, here's a loads of things we can do, move on to something else, you know?
Jamie?
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Little. So in terms of next steps, the intention of the feasibility study is to assist us with what the next steps are in terms of progressing the project. The feasibility study, what we're really looking at here is taking those initial steps towards a long-term regeneration solution on the site, following the Royal Institute of British Architects approach to stages of work. Effectively, this should be stage one of that process, which allows us to identify what can be done with the site, what are the constraints, what are the opportunities, how well does it link in with the rest of the community in Heath Hall, and in particular engaging with members of the community as well to find out their aspirations for the site. So what we would expect to get in return for the 50,000 is high-level ideas around potential development opportunities, but also some potential costs that would come with that, and also ruling out anything that can't be done on the site. So it's really allowing us to move this project forward to a point where we're also trying to bring in some development expertise from the regeneration sector so that they can work with the council to actually move this forward to something positive for the area.
Thank you, Jamie, for that one. Councillor Dorward, I've got yourself next, please.
Thank you. And thanks for the report. Following on the parochial theme of Locher Ward councillors, really pleased that the notice of motion that I brought to full council in June 2024 has been progressed to this stage after years of inactivity. It's really good to see. And regarding the recommendations, Council's done a really fantastic job today. Thanks, Jamie and team, for leading on this. Your work has been exemplary and demonstrates the value of officers who really know their subject. Really good. For us, it makes sense that we continue to facilitate the regeneration of this much neglected site, but as at 2.4 on page 223, we don't make an application to the King's and Lords Treasurer's remembrance certificate ownership at this time. I think that's the best way. That reduces the risk for the taxpayer, but by allocating as recommended at 2.5 on page 223, 50,000 from importantly unallocated funding, that allows and encourages others to come on board. So we are fully behind the recommendations and move that they are taken. Thank you very much.
Jamie, did you want to come back with any comments on that one? No, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Councillor Driver, your hand went up. Oh no, it's gone down again. And Councillor Hislop, you're on my list as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Convener. I think the one thing with this is I think we need to spend the money on it, but does it actually take us further forward? My big concern is, like we've been told, community council meetings, and every time you go out to Heath Hall, what are you doing with Gates Rubber Company? And spending 50,000 now, will it encourage developers to come on board? We could be looking at another 10 years of looking at it because we've actually identified the costs of knocking it down, making it safe with any contamination, etc. It might put developers off, and we're left in the same situation as we are just now, that nobody wants it, nobody owns it, and it's dangerous. My recollection from the last meeting of the Community Council was there have been, I think it's 3 people seen going in at night and coming out in the morning. So whether it's being used for accommodation by homeless people just now, I don't know. But we as an authority aren't allowed to go into the building because it's dangerous. The police can't go in because it's dangerous, and fire can't go in. So I take it ambulance will be the same. And what happens if somebody gets injured in there in the meantime? Whose actual responsibility is to make that building safe so that nobody gets injured?
Jamie, I'll come to you, please.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Hislop. So in terms of safety, our Building Control Service are spending a lot of time and resource trying to keep the building as safe and secure as they possibly can. They've installed Harris fencing, and they're out there inspecting at least on a weekly basis. If they get reports that somebody has managed to get into the building, then they're back out to try and find out where the issue has arisen. So at the moment, our responsibility is around keeping the public safe around the building, not within it. That would normally fall on the owners. We are in this position where the property is now currently ownerless, which makes it incredibly challenging in terms of those liabilities. But we have been supported by our legal services in these discussions. The liability for the council still remains on keeping the public safe around the building. So they're expected to be kept a reasonable distance away to stop any falling objects. In terms of the piece of work here we're seeking to commission, in moving us forward. What it does is it will allow us to consider, are there any viable development opportunities for the site? Is there any long-term use that we can actually progress? It may well come back with costs that we certainly identify are going to be expensive. I think that's something we can take as a given. But through our engagement, we have been working really closely with the development sector. We've been out through with some support from our procurement colleagues. We've been working with the KLTR and others, Historic Environment Scotland, Scottish National Investment Bank, to try and put together an approach that we can actually move this project forward. So we're looking at support from investors, we're looking at support from the development sector. And effectively, the feasibility study is the absolute next step that we need to take if we want to move forward towards a solution on the site. I think it's reasonable to say that if we leave this in the hands of potential private owner in the future, the council will have less control over how that progresses.
Thank you for that, Jamie. I'm not seeing any other hands up, either in the room or online. Councillor Marshall, your hand's popped up.
Yeah, it was just in relation to 4.2.2. SOSI are the designated lead organisation, and they have looked at that. And you know, from initial their initial kind of observations, they didn't feel as though there was potential demand. But the fact is, if we're doing a robust feasibility study, we did not suggest that SOSI get involved in that as well, and maybe contribute half the cost towards the feasibility study.
Thank you. Jamie?
We have been engaging very closely with South Scotland Enterprise, and we've been discussing with them about some potential opportunities for business use on the site longer term. In terms of the feasibility study, there isn't any support that's available from South Scotland Enterprise at the moment. The community consultation that they've referred to there is that at the moment they see that project as being too significant for a community to lead on it. SOS would absolutely be part of this engagement process in identifying a long-term potential economic opportunity on the site. But at the moment we're recommending to members that we utilise planning and development reserves for the feasibility study.
Thanks, Jamie, for confirming that question. Okay, there really are no other hands up at this point, so let's move to the recommendations for these. So members are being asked to note recommendation 1, 2 and 3 and agree recommendation 4 and 5 as printed in your documents. Are we content to note and agree? Thank you, members. So if we move, as intimated earlier, to item 9, I do hope and I envisage that we will come back to item 8, but I suspect there may be quite a debate on item 8, so we will move through the other items first and then come back to item 9. So item 9 is the review of the Dumfries and Galloway NHS Board and Local Authority Integration Scheme, and it's a report by the Executive Director of Enabling and Customer Services Committee. And this provides elected members with the final draft of the revised and updated Health and Social Care Integration Scheme, the integration scheme hereafter at the appendix, and is for approval and submission to Scottish ministers. And I've got Lorna Meehan, our Executive Director, who's here to assist members with any questions on this report. I will just look to see if there are any points. I appreciate this has been 3 times, I think, now to full council, but Councillor Hislop.
Chair, in light of what might come at the end of the financial year, is this actually working and should we actually be carrying on with it? That's my view. It seems to be running out of control. There's no budget constraints being put on them, and it seems to be that they can just then come along and say, right, cough up. And I just don't think it gives the council the ability to manage our finances if we get clobbered with possible overspends in future years.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Lorna, is there any response that you want to give? I appreciate that this is a final draft of the revised scheme, but I'll maybe come to you just for comments.
Yeah, I think in terms of the partnership in IGB, that is a separate matter from the scheme adjustments just now. I don't have any information in front of me around those kind of processes, Councillor Hislop. That'd be a matter for members to consider separately, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward.
Thanks, Convener. We have been round the houses with this, you're right on that one, but I think it's incumbent on us to say something. In terms of the scheme itself, it's a sensible and pragmatic way forward, and the only way forward, given the proposed regionalisation of some of the inpatient services by Scottish Government. We'll still wait and see how this happens. I think the public are comfortable with this and allows the IGB to focus on the integrated bits of pre and post inpatient care, which is what it should be focusing on. Which also requires a degree of urgency and momentum. And I don't believe, despite the great work carried out at the front line and by all health and social care partnership staff, we're anywhere near achieving the outcomes set by Scottish Government at 2.2 on page 437 or 2.3 at 437, which is perhaps what Councillor Hislop was talking about. So it's the best way forward, it's the most rational way forward, and fully supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. So I don't see any other hands up on regards to this one. So if members are content, we can move straight to the recommendations on this one, which is to 2.1 to approve, 2.2 also approve, and note 2.3. So are members happy to approve and note these? Thank you, members. So moving on to item 18 now, we will move to the notice of motion, the 22Q deletion syndrome, and there's a report by the Chief Executive. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Pauline Drysdale and seconded by Councillor Lynn Davis. The notice of motion is attached in the appendix to the report, and I also have Gareth Marr, who's our Chief Officer, who will be available to assist members with any questions. So I will hand the floor over to Pauline for your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener, and I'd just like to express my gratitude for the Council and members today being willing to move some of the agenda items around, so it's much appreciated. And I'd also like to have it noted on record that I'm very grateful as well, myself and my constituents, for the lighting up of the council building, which took place on the 22nd of November in order to recognise and create more awareness for 22q deletion syndrome. So thank you for that. 22q L2 deletion syndrome is a genetic condition that some babies are born with. A genetic condition happens when there's a problem with part of a child's DNA. 22q11.2 deletion syndrome can affect the many systems in a child's body. The problems it causes can range in severity. We each have 23 pairs of chromosomes, with one of each pair coming from the mother and one from the father. The chromosomes are numbered from 1 to 22, with the 23rd pair called sex chromosomes determining whether we're male or female. In 22q deletion syndrome, a tiny part is unfortunately missing. From chromosome 22, the Q11 indicates exactly where this is. 22q11 deletion syndrome is called 22qds, or 22q for short. Older names for the same genetic difference include DI George syndrome, velocardiofacial syndrome, which is VCFS, or, and excuse me if I get the pronunciation wrong, Spritzen syndrome, conotruncal anomaly face syndrome, and Kahler cardiofacial syndrome. 22q11 2DS is associated with a huge range of problems, including congenital heart disease, palate abnormalities, immune system dysfunction, including autoimmune disease, low calcium, which is hypoglycemia, and other endocrine abnormalities such as thyroid problems and growth hormone deficiency. Gastrointestinal problems, feeding difficulties, kidney abnormalities, hearing loss, seizures, skeletal abnormalities, minor facial differences, and learning and behavioural differences. In Ireland, we see the governments and councils progressing and having a look at the syndrome in more detail. So 22q11 in Ireland actually now offers lifelong support for those impacted by 22q11, and they welcome families living with 22q deletion syndrome with open arms. They've built a clinical pathway and holistic care model that will actually help 22q11 patients and their loved ones throughout their lives. And our motion today requests that we do the same in Scotland for every child and family affected by this disease. Members, I would really appreciate if you supported my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I will come to Councillor Davis to formally second, please. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks very much, Convener. I feel Councillor Drysdale has covered everything there in her statement, and I have nothing further to add, and I'm happy to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you both, and just thank you from me as well for raising this. I think this is the power of elected members, and we do have the opportunity to bring forward lobbying positions on there, and obviously we note the request to lobby and write to the Health Secretary. But I'll open it up to any questions, but I do believe that I've got Gareth Marr who's looking to potentially speak to this as well, so I'll maybe just check in with Gareth as well. Nope, Gareth's not managed to join the meeting. So if there's any questions that we're unable to respond to, we will take a note of those. But Leader, I'll come to you, please.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Happy to support this, and if it's helpful, happy also to pen the letter if that's appropriate, or I don't know if you want to do that for yourself, but happy to be in support of this. So.
Either is fine by me. I'm in the hands of we can do it as convener from full council, or as leader, or as both, to add gravitas to it if that is helpful. So if there's no other questions or comments, are members happy to support the notice of motion before us? Thank you, members. So moving on to item 19, this is the notice of motion entitled Health and Social Care Emergency in D&G, and members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Pauline Drysdale and seconded by Councillor Lynn Davies, and the notice is attached at the appendix. Again, Gareth Marr, we were hoping to be here to assist with members, but if he's not available, it may be the case that we have to take a note of those questions to come back to members. But I will pass the floor to Councillor Drysdale, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Convener, and thank you, members, for your attention to this matter. So, good afternoon again. In the spirit of collaboration and the importance of the subject matter, myself and Councillor Davis would like to acknowledge the importance of the cross-party work undertaken on this matter, and in particular with Labour members Councillor Carolyn Wilson and Councillor Linda Dorward. To this end, we will make my statement and would like to incorporate 2 of their further proposals into this motion, as in essence we see 2 similar motions before us today. Members, we are facing a social crisis, an IJB £58 million shortfall in funding, and a fundamental test right now as to how we deliver social care. Transformation is not optional, it is essential. Demand for emergency care is rising, hospital discharges are delayed, and waiting lists for planned treatments are growing, despite the savings that have been found via care package reviews and digital innovations. The pressure is system-wide, with social care facing more and more people waiting at home for support and fewer residential places available. To this end, the IJB and Dumfries and Galloway Health and Social Care Partnership are looking at hubs and new pathways, such as discharge to assess. But as only 21 of the 33 proposed care home beds have been acquired after the Right Care, Right Place initiative, and suitable house adaptations and care packages are proving really challenging to implement, we need an alternative model of care, not only in D&G, but across the whole of Scotland. Gareth Marr, the Chief Officer at the Health and Social Care Partnership, recently said, "Our priority remains the same: safe, effective, compassionate care for local people, but we must deliver it in alternative ways, or otherwise risk letting down those who need us most, especially in light of our ageing population in Dumfries and Galloway and the rural nature as to where we live." Members, I urge you to support our motion, which asks that we declare a health and social care emergency. We request that the relevant bodies fully scope out alternative models of care and delivery to include alternative
more affordable and patient-friendly options for re-enablement care, some of which have already been part scoped out with myself and Gareth. We also ask for the Leader of this Council to write to the Scottish Government seeking an urgent review of the NRAC formula. As I've alluded to earlier, we'd like to suggest adding in the 2 sections of the Labour motion, which was submitted at a later date. And these are as follows. Support further development of local training pathways and key worker housing initiatives and increased partnering with local further education providers, e.g. DGC, the NHS Dumfries and Galloway, to create apprenticeships and training for residents to address recruitment and retention in the social care workforce. And finally, we'd like to instruct the Leader, if possible, to write to the Cabinet Secretary to convey this motion and request a meeting between the Cabinet Secretary and Leader or Deputy of the Council to see out how it proposes to address the issues identified in the 2025 Fiscal Sustainability Report. In particular, the specific steps it will take to address the forecast gaps and to discuss targeted support for D&G. So what I propose to do is embody this in a new motion with the Labour's additions, send it to Tracy for Labour to obviously have a look at and governance. But before I do that, with your permission, Convener, could I ask Lynn to come in just with her statement? Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Yes, I will bring Councillor Davis in next to formally second the motion. So Councillor Davis, if you're happy to come in to formally second this.
Yes, yes, thanks very much, Convener. I would like to second Councillor Drysdale's motion as we recognise the increasing trajectory of demand for services and want to see Dumfries and Galloway Integration Joint Board to continue to work urgently with the Council and NHS Dumfries and Galloway to take firm and positive steps to optimise its operating procedures, maximise productivity and retain focus on prevention and early intervention services, whilst improving its financial position wherever possible. It is also important to ensure that COSLA, the Scottish Government and NHS Scotland continues to recognise the importance of rurality on the cost of service delivery and ensure that budget-related financial distribution methodologies properly reflect this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just want to check, Councillor Drysdale, have you emailed the amendment? Because we need to...
I have, Convener, yes, and I've also copied it to the Councillor Derwin and Councillor Wilson. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We will get that circulated because obviously we do need to have sight of that to see if there's any substantive changes within that. We do also have Gareth Marr on the call now, so I'll just maybe welcome Gareth to the meeting. We have the motion proposed and seconded. I don't, if there's anything that you wish to add to the report, and then I'll open it up for questions. I'll take silence that you're not wishing to add anything at this point, Gareth, but thank you. Councillor Dorward, you're first on my list, please.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Davis, and I appreciate you adding our amendments to your motion. That is called working in partnership, and that's how democracy should work locally. Just to add some more context, if you'll permit me, though, the Labour group have rehearsed this arguments for over a year. We're facing a £500 million shortfall in funding from Scottish Government, from the SNP Government, for IGBs across Scotland. And from our perspective, this evidence is not just a lack of fiscal prudence, but a lack of compassion for our most vulnerable citizens. And the social services...
Dorward, could I ask you to just slow down slightly?
Of course you can, of course. Yep, I'll just repeat that. From our perspective, this evidence is not just a lack of fiscal prudence, but a lack of compassion from the SNP Government. Reported at Social Work Services on Tuesday, as a council, we are now facing 8.68 million of an overspend on the IGB budget. And a month ago, enabling customer services, that was actually sitting at 6.5 million. So that's an increase of 2 million in a month in terms of the overspend that we will have to fund from our revenue budget, which will be quite challenging, given we've committed an extra 2 million a year to that one. So we're moving even closer to the original 12.5 million overspend. All this despite cutting services with a focus on only those that are critically required. And that was what Gareth Marr spoke to on Tuesday. So I think we need to really think about this and totally support the declaration of a health and social care emergency in Dumfries and Galloway. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor McFarlane, do you want to come in, please?
Yeah, thank you, Convener. I don't know if Gareth Marr's on the call, but anecdotally I've heard that if he was given £20 million to try and resolve this issue, he wouldn't be able to do it because of the lack of people we have available who are suitably trained. And I believe that there was a motion went through the Scottish Parliament fairly recently where it was said that the Parliament believes that UK government must reverse its hostile and damaging migration policies, which have led to a 77% drop in the number of health and social care visas granted, which in turn is having a devastating impact on the social care sector across Scotland. That's just a summary of the introduction of that. Money isn't the answer. What we need to do is have suitably trained people and have sufficient numbers of them in order to address this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I see, Gareth, you have popped up and obviously you've been quoted there, so I'll maybe come to yourself just to respond to that. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't know if that was a direct quote from myself. I don't recognise it in terms of, you know, there are a multitude of issues, I think would be fair to say, and it is multifactorial and money isn't the only one. But I think we are in a different position than we have been previously, where I think a couple of years ago when we were in significant challenge around, you know, delays in the hospital, the lack of the ability to provide social care, we didn't have providers in the area with staff available. I think we have made representation to Scottish Government just this week and previously that we now do have the ability to provide social care in the area. We have got providers who have capacity there that if we were given money in the short term, we would be able to provide more care than we are at the moment. I think what maybe Councillor McFarlane is alluding to is there is a longer term challenge around social work provision, the number of social workers that are coming through. So I think we need to fundamentally look at changing the way we deliver social care, and we have got plans within the IJB that is going to IJB on Tuesday next week around a more of an alliance commissioning model, working differently with the third sector and with communities, taking into account that, you know, at some point we will exhaust the resource of suitably qualified and trained people that are there, given the increased demand and the increased demographic. So I think both things are true in terms of in the short term, if we did have some money in the system, we would be able to provide care. But in the longer term, that in itself would be exhausted. So money isn't the only answer.
Thank you for that comment, Gareth. And I know you were just joining the call, but just to recap, Councillor McFarlane, if I may be so bold, just to summarise that the quote that he was referring to was from the debate in Scottish Parliament on the 3rd of December, where there was a vote regarding a motion that was amended and then passed. So I believe that is the quote rather than a direct quote from yourself, which is why you wouldn't recognise it. Is there any other members looking to come in? Councillor Dorward has spoken, so I will come to Councillor Drysdale and then Councillor Jameson, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. Just to quickly come back in on Councillor McFarlane's points, whilst I take on board what he's saying within the motion, with all the points we've covered, there's a lot of different angles that both Labour and ourselves are coming in at with regards to different ways of working. And as I've said before, and I don't want to go into it too much at the moment until we see where this goes, Gareth Marr and myself have had a wee look at different models of working, and I don't have the figures in front of me, but he will. And at first sight, it looks like we could present another model of care in Dumfries and Galloway, and we have the ability to do that. That would save a substantial amount of money and offer patients ready to be re-enabled and rehabilitated a better service, much like the Health and Social Care Board and the IJB have done with Mountain Hall and are planning to do with the Galloway Hospital. So there are different and more dynamic and better ways of working that reduce travel and in fact get people home more quickly and stop them dying in hospitals after they are better and sitting in a single room waiting to be discharged and then become unwell again. As we know, the infection rates are quite high, and other matters to do with staying in hospital when you should be getting home. So hopefully the motion encompasses all of those things that can now could potentially be investigated and developed. Thanks, Convener. Thanks, members.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson, I'll come to yourself, please.
Yeah. Thanks, Convener. I think one crucial thing that's been mentioned by several folk and implied in both the motions is the absolute urgency of training pathways and support for care workers. I think it's a recognised need that we need to professionalise that pathway to encourage people to come into it and have long careers to gain experience. And that probably is the crucial thing, that it's okay having beds and it's okay having wards and buildings, but without the qualified staff at the adequate level, then that's a fundamental issue that we need to address.
Thank you, Councillor James. I don't think there was a direct question in there, but those comments will be duly noted. So I don't see any other questions on there. I would maybe just respond myself to one of the comments. We do have the amended motion on here, which has, I don't see any substantive changes to that. So if members are content to look at that, I think that's really important. I'm quite happy not to take a recess unless anybody is specifically looking for a recess to go through that. And I just would really make the comment that there is absolutely not a lack of compassion in anywhere, and I don't think that's helpful language. You know, we are facing significant issues in terms of staffing. Everybody is looking to find the best outcomes, and to accuse the SNP, Scottish Government, of lack of compassion, I don't believe is correct when you look at the policies that the SNP Government are bringing forward, and I do think that that's a point to be made, so I am making that as elected member myself. But Councillor Drysdale, I'll come to you for a final comment because we do have the amendment up on screen. If there's any final comments, and unless there's any other amendments, we will move to the recommendations to agree those.
Thank you, Convener. I take on board your points. I think many of us have been in situations with the NHS, and you know, there's certainly an amazing amount of care out there. So I would just like to acknowledge that across the whole sector. And I would be happy if members were willing to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't see any alternatives. So are members happy to agree the amended notice of motion recommendations as printed on the screen and as circulated to all? Agreed? I'm seeing nods. Thank you very much, everyone. So that takes us through the items that have to be done today. There's still some really important items to get through, and the next item on the agenda, returning back, is item 8, yet another really important agenda which I envisage there'll be some debate on. I would ask members just if they can keep their questions concise, and I want to be really strict that just there be one intervention per member. So item 8 is the Thistle Grove Gypsy Traveller site, and the report is by the Interim Head of Economy and Environment. This report provides members with an update on work to address issues at the Thistle Grove Gypsy Traveller site in Killin. This includes progress through the Council's Capital Gateway process and engagement with residents to consider options for the site's capacity and pitch layout that meet the Scottish Government's minimum site standards. It also advises members of the site investigations to support a long-term redevelopment of the site and the risks and issues that have emerged in that progression of design. Furthermore, the proposed funding arrangements for support from the Scottish Government during 2026-27 are also highlighted in the report. We've got Jamie Little back again, our Strategic Housing Regeneration Team Leader, John Ringrose, our Housing Standards Manager, and Alison Maxwell, Project Manager for Construction, and they are all here to assist members with any questions on the report. So I will just first of all check if there's anything further to add.
Thanks, Convener. Just to say that Moa Goon is online from the PMO.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Little, I'll come to you first, please.
Thank you, Convener. Just wanted to ask a simple question, it's a small one, of we're asking on page 303, 4.5.3 to pause any further progress on the current scheme. Now, I understand the reasons behind that. There's not questioning your reasons at all, but I just want to be clear on how long that pause will be, when we will get a report back, whether to E&I or to the full council, It's just if we say a pause, that could be indefinite, and this has been a long-going issue, and we're already breaching Scottish Government conditions. So, and we really need to protect our community and the Gypsy Traveller community. Been looking for this for a long time. So it's just how long the pause, Jamie, and how quickly we can get a report back with, you know, any further improvements to the situation.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Jamie?
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Little. So in terms of a pause, we will be acting very swiftly if members do agree the report's recommendations to take forward some considerations around potential alternative sites. We've set out in the report that we have been doing a piece of work in the background to identify a potential shortlist of sites. So we are already moving that work forward, and we feel that that's something that we can progress relatively quickly. In terms of an exact date, it's not something I could give at the moment, but we can certainly update members when we have a bit more clarity around how long this piece of work will take. But we do feel that we're well positioned to move this forward swiftly.
I did say one intervention per member, Councillor Little. Is it very, very quick to come back on?
Well, it's just, I get the work and I get how long's a piece of string type of thing, but just if it could be as quick as possible, that would be great. We really need to get forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Blake, I'll come to yourself, and I've got Councillor Ferguson online as well. Just check that Councillor Blake, are you still looking to come in?
Yes, I was having difficulty with the technology. I'll need to keep the camera off because it's having a problem. It's no particular question. It's a comment on the report itself. I thank Jimmy for the report. I think it's very detailed and very honest. It's very open. I also share Councillor Little's concern over the word pause, and it really shines out. There's absolutely no doubt whatsoever that the existing Thistle Grove site is not fit for purpose, and this report highlights it. There's a considerable amount of uncertainty on the possible success of this extremely expensive project, especially now when it equates to over 1.6 million for each of possible 9 sites, 9 pitches, I should say. 2 years ago, supported by others, the opposition approved, or I should say we as a council approved, although we certainly as a Conservative group objected to that and tabled an amendment to that, put forward this proposal against the advice of officers and consultants, as I said, and we strongly objected to that. Prior to that, less than 2 months into the Conservative administration, 2023, there was a comment made by a councillor, I won't mention who, which I thought was somewhat unfair, complaining about the lack of advancement of the required progress required by the Scottish Government, although that failed to mention the lack of progress that was made in the previous SNP and Labour administration over the previous 6 years when they were actually in power. That aside, due to the decision made 2 years ago to progress this on an unsuitable site, that time has been totally wasted, other than the installation of security fences, which was carried out under the Conservative administration. The report before us today strongly highlights the questionable suitability of the present site and quite rightly points out the uncertainty and risks associated with this costly project on an unsuitable location. The report makes the recommendation to pause the project, but it's certainly our opinion, and supported by others, that this does not go far enough, as we must act decisively now to allow the appropriate work to take place without delay. With that in mind, I formally move the following recommendation. I will send email a copy of it to you, to Nick, for your information. In essence, 2.1 would remain the same. 2.2, the only inclusion would be the reducing from 16 to 9, resulting in an estimated pitch price increase, because it just says a pitch price. Obviously, this is still very much an estimate. 2.3 is as published. It's 2.4 really is the meat of it. 2.4 would be changed to taking into account the Capital Investment Programme Board recommendations at paragraph 453 to take the following actions. In view of the considerable uncertainty and risks identified over the likelihood of the project's success, halt any further work on the current proposed scheme with immediate effect. Agree to officers exploring alternative sites taking into consideration resident feedback, paragraph 4.45, and agree to officers identifying what reasonable improvements can be done in the short term to enhance the living conditions of the remaining residents and identifying the associated costs. Agree to a future report to members regarding the potential options as part of the capital process. And paragraphs 2.5 and 2.6 would remain the same. I hope that explains it, and I'll email this amendment to Nick and Tracy.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. I think if you can do that, that would be quite helpful, because at this stage, certainly reading out all those different points, I'm not able to follow them, so we do need to see them in writing. But I will come to Councillor Ferguson as a first-time speaker.
Thanks very much, Convener. Given the last speaker's amendment, I think it would be wise of me to wait until we can see that in writing. I'm just a bit disappointed here that the fingers start to get pointed, because this has been an ongoing situation for 30 years. Not 3, 30, right? And consecutive councils have not dealt with this. So if the fingers are getting pointed, they need to be pointed at absolutely every councillor over the last 30 years who has not done what they should have done with this group of people. So I'll keep my powder dry until after we've seen what the amendment is. If I can get the right to come back in afterwards, Convener, I'd be happy. Thank you.
Yep, no, thank you for that. I think it is important that we get that circulated. So I see Councillor Moran-Johnson, you're looking to come in, and then if there's no other speakers, we will get that circulated so members can consider, and then we can carry on the debate. But Councillor Moran-Johnson.
Thank you, Convener. I would just like to second Councillor Blake's amendment.
Thank you very much for that. So if there's no other questions on the report specifically before us, if we can get the amendment circulated, it is 4:52 just now. So if we can, 15 minutes just to have a quick look at it. Hopefully it is fairly straightforward and we don't need to take longer, but obviously we need to see that before we come back. So if we come back at, I'll say 5 past. Let's say 5 past and see how we get on with that. I appreciate time is marching on. So we will come back at 5 past 5. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. So we will turn, we're on item 8. There's a motion that has been proposed and formally seconded, and that has been circulated for all members for consideration. I see, Councillor Ferguson, you were looking to come in and you had intimated that you would like to come back once you had seen it. So I will pass the floor to yourself, please.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm a wee bit astounded here, because if you look at the proposed amendment at 2.4 bullet point 3, it looks as though the Conservative amendment is actually want to pour more money into what has already been called, let's be kind, a terrible site. It's just not worth the money getting put into it. So with that in mind, I'd like to move the recommendations, particularly look at 2.5 and especially at 4.5.3, because the officers are quite clear here. We need to take decisive action to actually countermand the last full council instruction they had. And if we do that, 4.5.3, it allows officers to move with a new current instruction, and actually gives us the flexibility we need. So I'm happy to move the recommendations as they are in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Little and then Councillor Hislop, please.
Thank you, Convener. Just to say I wholeheartedly support and second that, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, I didn't just quite pick up what Councillor Ferguson said about the first, was it 2.3 or 2.4 he mentioned for, where our motion was to continue pouring money into it when it says halt this thing at the next point. So just if you could clarify what he actually said there, please.
Councillor
If you
Ferguson,
put this,
yep.
could you put the script back up on the page, please, so that everyone can see it? If you look down there, agree to officers identifying what reasonable improvements can be done in the short term to enhance the living conditions of the remaining residents and identifying the associated costs. That's putting more money into so a place that's clearly not. That's exactly what I'm meaning. Okay, Ivor?
Which point, please?
I think if I maybe can jump in. So 2.4, the third bullet point down, references to agree to officers identifying and what reasonable improvements can be done in the short term to enhance the living conditions of the remaining residents and identifying the associated costs. So that, I think, is that correct, Councillor Ferguson?
Absolutely. Yeah. And the thing is, it doesn't even say they have a timescale. What does short term mean? Going with this Gypsy Traveller site, short term here's 5 years, because you've been on the go at least for 20. So the quicker we get this sorted, the better, and move on.
So I'm not seeing any other members looking to come in. Caroline Wilson, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, but I'm really sorry to do this, but can I ask for a recess, please? Thank you.
Yes, I don't see why not. I appreciate this is quite a, yeah, yes. So it is 10 past just now. Is 10 minutes long enough when we come back at 20 past? Or 5 minutes?
Can we ask for 10?
10, that's
you,
fine, absolutely. So we'll reconvene at 20 past 5. Thank you. Thank you, members. So that is 5:20. We were asked for a short recess, so hopefully that has been adequate. We do have a motion as tabled online. There is an amendment which is to go with the officer's recommendations in the report. If there's no other comments at this point, Councillor Dorward.
Thanks, Convener. With regard to the motion, which is up under Agenda Item 8, it's the 2.412 third bullet point. Agree to officers identifying what reasonable improvements can be done in the short term to enhance the living conditions of the remaining residents and identifying the associated costs. I understand that that's been ongoing where reasonable and practicable for, well, for ever really with the people who are living in the Thistle Grove. That just happens because that's something that we do already. But can you clarify that, please?
Thank you. Jamie.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Dorward. Yeah, the site is kept to as good a standard as we possibly can in the circumstances, and what we've set out in the report is that it's not going to be achievable to reach the minimum site standards without significant structural work under the ground at Thistle Grove, which will obviously require complete clearance of the site and quite a significant project to work. So we do carry out works. We've done things like was mentioned before about fences to try and keep the children safe in the site, painting, maintenance. There are ongoing works to try and keep it as safe as we possibly can, and those do happen on a regular basis with regular inspections through our Gypsy Travel Liaison Officer.
Thank you. So hopefully that offers a little bit of clarification, because clearly that was a point raised as well. So thank you for that. So I think if we move straight to the vote, as I say, we have got a motion which was proposed by Councillor Blake and seconded by Councillor Maureen Johnston, and an amendment proposed by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Little. But Vlad, I'll just come to you just to confirm the details of that.
I think you've done my job for you, or the vice versa. So I think if members are clear in terms of the motion and the amendment as per convener's summary, we can move to the roll call. Convener?
Amendment, please.
Deputy Convener?
Amendment.
Councillor Beretti?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake?
Motion.
Councillor Brodie?
Amendment.
Councillor Dougie Campbell?
Amendment.
Councillor John Campbell?
Amendment.
Councillor Karen Carruthers?
Motion.
Motion. Councillor Dashbar?
Amendment.
Councillor Davis?
Motion, please.
Councillor Dempster?
Amendment.
Councillor Dennerley?
Yeah, there's no comment from Councillor Dennerley.
Okay, just abstain on that one. Councillor Dorward?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Drybrough?
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale?
Motion, please.
Councillor Ferguson?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Giusti?
Motion.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Hislop?
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls?
Motion.
Councillor Jamieson?
Amendment. Sorry, amendment.
Councillor Malcolm Johnson?
Motion.
Councillor Maureen Johnson?
Motion, please.
Councillor Jordan?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Little?
Amendment.
Councillor Lowe?
Amendment, please.
Councillor McGregor.
Motion, please.
Councillor McFarlane.
Amendment.
Councillor Marsh.
Motion, please.
Councillor Marshall.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Stevenson. Not online.
Amendment,
Oh,
please.
amendment. Councillor Stitt.
Amendment.
Councillor Walters.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment, please.
And
Councillor Denley wishes to apologise and had put in the amendment, please.
What is this? I've no idea.
Okay, so it's so that's an amendment for Councillor Dennerley. Is that correct? Yep.
That's correct. Thank you.
And into Councillor Young, apologies.
Amendment.
Okay, as members will see, the motion has 12 and the amendment has 23, and therefore the amendment is carried.
Thank you, members. So that just confirms the recommendations that we agreed to note 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6 and agree number 4 as printed in the paper. Thank you very much, everyone. Our next item is the next steps following the rejection of the proposals by Scottish Government for a national park in Galloway and Southern Ayrshire. Report is by Interim Head of Economy and Environment. So following the notice of motion at the meeting of the full Council on the 26th of June this year, this report outlines the progress and further timelines to address the concerns raised. Stuart McMillan, our Interim Head of Economy and Infrastructure, is here to assist members with any questions on the report. So I'll just check if there's anything to add. Yep.
Thank you, Convener. In paragraph 411, there's reference to a meeting that took place. It was after the papers were written, so council officials met with Scottish Government civil servants on the 5th of December. That meeting confirmed that the Cabinet Secretary would be meeting with the public sector bodies that are listed in paragraph 411. That meeting will have taken place today. So I don't have a specific update that I can make on the content of that, but it's to let members know that will have progressed and that efforts are continue to be made across the diary commitments of the three leaders of the councils involved in this proposition to be able to collectively meet with the Cabinet Secretary in January. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Stuart. So I've got the leader looking to come in, and any other members, please raise your hands.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Thanks, Stuart. And just to let members know that I have had confirmation back from CAPSEC's office that a date's been put in the diary. I think it's the 7th of January, early in January, where all three leaders of East Ayrshire, South Ayrshire and Dumfries and Galloway can meet with the CABSEC. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've got Councillor Dougie Campbell and then Councillor Richard Marsh. So Dougie, I'll come to you first.
Thank you, Convener. Very much welcome this report and I'm happy that the Cabinet Secretary has been supportive of the Council in terms of moving this agenda forward. Just a couple of things. Members of the Education Committee will know that we agreed to a rural school strategy at the last meeting. And in that strategy, it made reference to rural depopulation and the research that's been carried out in that regard. And whilst it's important that we look at what we can do in Galloway and rural communities on a wider basis, I think we do also have to pay attention to the people in the communities that live there. And I think that's lacking in the Nature Scot recommendations and as outlined by the Cabinet Secretary. I think it's really important that we don't leave communities behind when we move forward on this. So I would like to ask, when will elected members get to see the outcome of the depopulation research? Because I think it's really important that we consider that in tandem with moving forward in relation to the follow-up to the decision not to have a national park.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. I've actually got Lorna who's going to come in and speak to that question. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Campbell. The research work is just concluding. There is a briefing coming out to members next week on it, with the intention that there will be briefings that are already booked in members' central diary on all aspects of that research, and reporting through to full council in March. And on the request of all 4 area committees, there's reporting through March on aspects of the work that relate to specific areas as well. So that's all in hand and in train. The research itself, following communication with members and member seminars on that information, will be published in February. So that's the intention around that.
Thank you for that. Hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Campbell. I'll come to Councillor Marsh next, please.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, I'm very pleased to see this report on the paper today, following the Navante Group's amendment to the Labour Group motion at June's full council. We were very hopeful that we could see something rise from the ashes of the failed national park proposal. As I said earlier today, I feel that that was a massive missed opportunity for the region. But this does show some green shoots of hope. I'll point out 4.12 on page 481, particularly pleased to see the mention of the standing up of a short life working group with the intention of bringing together all the kind of lead bodies within this, the Biosphere, SSDA and Forest and Land Scotland. I think it's critical that we can bring all these bodies together, because each individual group does excellent work in their own right, but I feel it's a little bit like in their own little silos. The Navante Group hoped that this proposal would bring forward, you know, a vibrant, buoyant surge in the tourism economy for Galloway, specifically Wigtonshire. And I think the Short Life Working Group, bringing those bodies together, will hopefully ensure that that is the case. I do believe that the future for Galloway has to be nature-based, without doubt, but it must be tourism-led, which will align with the Scottish Government's priorities of a well-being economy, and from the proposals from Nature Scots report. But I have very high hopes for the short-term working group, and I would hope to see future reports coming to full council. Thank you.
Thank you for those positive comments, Councillor Marsh. I don't think there was a question in there, but certainly the comments are welcomed. Councillor Dorward, I've got you next on my list, please.
Thank you, Convener. Wholeheartedly concur with Councillor Marsh and reiterate this was a missed opportunity for Galloway and the entire region not to continue with the consultation. I'm extremely pleased that a date has been set for a meeting between Scottish Government and local stakeholders. That was going to be one of my questions, as was asked as well by our Chief Executive to CAB Secretary, so I'm great we've got a date for that, because that's really important to move this on at pace, as everybody says these days. So I would also consider we look to strengthen the recommendations, which I think are a little bit woolly, if I may say, from Nature Scotland, and add commitment from Scottish Government to provide requisite funding for this project. It was going to provide 10 million for a national park in Dumfries and Galloway, and that was going to provide something like 100 million of associated costs, benefits for the region. We don't have that now, we don't have any commitment with funding, so I would ask that we think about, well, no, that I would move that we put that in as one of the recommendations. And we raised that at the meeting early January, whenever that is, And also in terms of the Short Life Working Group, would also request that that actually is attended by relevant elected members if possible, if not already done so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. So can I just confirm, is it an action for the leader that you wish the leader to raise the issue of funding at the meeting? Or is it a specific point in the recommendations that you want to add a form of words?
We think it should be included in the recommendations because the money was already committed to by Scottish Government for the National Park. So I'm not saying 10 million, but some sort of funding for this project should be included by Scottish Government unless they're expecting the 3 local authorities and requisite stakeholders to fund that themselves, which I think is out of order given the shortfall we have in our funding already. Thank you.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to clarify. Are you looking for a recommendation for the leader to raise that or for officers to raise that? Do you have a form of words that you want, or who is it getting raised by and to who? So it's just so it's clear.
The council raise it with Scottish Government. If that clears things up, convener, at the meeting. If we as a council agree that, then the council raise it with Scottish Government.
I'll just maybe turn to officers on that one because I believe it's a political meeting that's taking place, not an officer meeting. And if you want to just put that in a form of words so we can see it, so there's clarity, I think that would be helpful.
So a political meeting, define that please. I wasn't aware of that.
So my understanding is there's an invite from the politician to meet with other politicians. I think Stuart has already confirmed that officers have been liaising throughout the process, but I'll maybe pause there. The invite is not to myself, it is to the leader who's looking to come in, and I'll maybe come to Stuart to confirm where the basis is for that, taking that request forward. But leader, I'll come to yourself first because it is yourself that will be in that meeting.
Yeah, so I'd certainly, I'm interested to find out what the scope that we agree here is today, because I can take that into the meeting politically, and I'm happy to do so in terms of funding and resourcing, because that's a key issue across the various partners. And also on the Councillor Doogie Campbell's point, it's not very specific about the demographic and community side in the bullet points, and I think that's something that I would welcome being able to discuss as well. So often it's officers that will provide me with a briefing going into that meeting, so I would certainly welcome that being provided so that I can represent the council politically. But in terms of the officer meetings, that's maybe a separate one, and I'd have to go through yourself, convener, to Stuart potentially to actually speak how that works. I don't know if that's helpful, Councillor Dorward, but I'm certainly happy to do that.
Sort of. I think both. Let's cover all bases and do a two-pronged approach. But I think certainly, leader, if you are happy to do that, raise the issue of funding, because we were promised funding for the national park. Now that's no longer on the agenda. I think it's incumbent upon us on behalf of the residents of Dumfries and Galloway, not just Galloway, and the council, given it's not got much money at the moment, to raise that issue. So if you could raise that politically, that would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come to Stuart just for comments as well, please.
Many thanks, and thanks, Councillor Dorward. I think all of that is within the scope of the discussions. If you look at paragraph 4.2, there's reference to actually sort of what Nature Scott's recommendations were that the Cabinet Secretary agreed with and expressed at the Parliament session in May. Part of that was that there was sufficient long-term funding, 5 to 10 years, etc., be made available to make whatever changes happen. So those conversations about budget and funding, etc., are part and parcel, as I understand it, of these exploratory conversations, and directed by the political discussions and meetings, etc. The officers will meet further to start to develop some of the details of that, I would hope.
Councillor Dorward.
The machinations of local politics and national politics when they mix together were fascinating. If you're saying, and I think I understand what you're saying, that it's a political thing, then I would then change my perspective and say, if the leader could raise that at the political meetings with the government, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
I already offered that, and I will do that, yeah.
Right, we got there. We got there in the end. So I do have a number of other speakers looking to come in. So I've got Councillor Hislop, Councillor Dennerley and Councillor Ingalls. So Councillor Hislop first, please.
Thank you, Convener. A couple of quick ones. Financial implications. If there are implications over and above what can be accommodated within the current budget, will that be with us in time for budget setting so that we can accommodate that within the budget? And workforce implications says not applicable. It's additional work. Have we capacity in there, and we're not putting too much strain on a busy service?
Stuart, I'll come to you for that, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I think this is more into the medium term, Councillor Hislop. So I think there'll be nothing I think in terms of information available for budget setting. That's very short term, and I think we're beyond that in terms of those implications. Work-wise, obviously I'm supported on these issues by Simon Fieldhouse, the Environment Manager, and some of his team who've actually been able to bring some additional resource into the team in the last couple of months as well. So for the moment, and in terms of where the debate and the discussion and the dialogue is in terms of policy going forward, we're resourced to be able to engage in that effectively.
Thank you. So Councillor Dennerley next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief comment, and that is to say, as elected members, obviously, we both of others have raised this as well about the Ward 3 representatives. We feel that it's a big loss not having the national park, and so keeping on the agenda, having these conversations is positive, and I think raising it with the Scottish Government and seeing what support and collaboration we can have with them to see if there are any other alternative options of funding to help improve the environment and opportunities and the nature within our rural community. And so, again, working collaboratively with other public bodies and other organisations just to see what opportunities there still are there, and if the Dumfries and Galloway Council can still lead on this with support from the Scottish Government, and to look at how we could still find some economic benefits and opportunities, and to find out what proposals we could institute in order to be able to see some outcomes with this. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Stuart, do you want to come back on any of those, or just we'll note those? Okay, thank you very much. Apologies, Councillor Gusty, you were actually prior to Councillor Ingalls, so I'll come to yourself first and then to you, David. But Councillor Gusty, do you want to come in?
Thanks, Convener. My point's mainly on the visitor economy aspect of this. I'm glad to see in the response from the Cabinet Secretary that she's interested in the emphasis of people management and the management of tourism alongside nature and developing that economy. One of the things, though, that I think we need to do is not only manage our visitor economy, but also enhance it and market it. And I'd be very interested, I'd be very keen for the leader in his political meetings to really push that. We're looking for an enhanced offer to regenerate Galloway through tourism, to re-professionalise our hospitality industry, and really create those good jobs that you can get in tourism. People always think of tourism as a low-pay market. Some chefs are earning 50 grand a year. That's good pay. Our second chefs are earning not too far off that. We need to develop on this. And I've worked in tourism. It's a great place to work. It's a great place to get a lot of confidence as a young person. And I think that we need to really boost that, and we need to really be focused with this one and make sure that we don't drop the ball again.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Gusty. I think the leader can take those forward and they can be captured in terms of any briefing support within that meeting. So I don't, unless the leader wants, yep, I've got confirmation from from Councillor Thompson. So, Councillor Ingalls, you're hopefully my last speaker on this one. I don't see any other hands, so I'll come to you, please.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, I'd like to thank Simon and Stuart for the work they've done on this, and they've really pushed this forward and brought it to this full council, which is really just a first step. And Andrew's Councillor Justice covered a lot of the points I was going to cover. However, if you go to page 479 at 3.3, there was an emphasis after the National Park fell for the Scottish Government to focus on biodiversity crisis and climate emergency and one thing or another. And it's noted here, while their proposals align with environmental priorities, they fall short of delivering the significant economic uplift sought by elected members. That was the driver. That was the focus behind what the amendment to the Labour motion was. It's building the local economy. It's supporting hotels and shops and high streets within Dumfries and Galloway to benefit from an overarching group to focus on the visitor economy. And I think we need to be careful that we don't lose that. And I would ask Stuart and Simon, and I know they know our view on this because we've had some engagement with them on it. So it's great to see this getting to this stage, and hopefully we're going to progress into 2026 and come up with something that will make a real impact to the local economy in Dumfries and Galloway. So thank you, Stuart, and thank you, Simon. Thank you, Convener.
Many thanks all round. I think this is a really positive step forward. So thank you to members' contributions. Councillor Marshall, I see your hand has popped up, so I'll come to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. And kind of following on from Councillor Dorward as well, though, that I suppose this time of year it's time for reflection. And I do think, I do welcome the fact that we're going to have dialogue with the three leaders of the respective councils. But at the moment, there's, I think it's the poor cousin of what we could have had earlier this year. And there's no guarantee of any funding or anything for that. I do feel, as a councillor for the last 25 years, I can remember sitting on the tourist board and we were looking for a game changer for the region. And we had the opportunity this year, and sadly, we didn't grasp that. And I do believe that because Dumfries and Galloway Council is the largest council, dithered and didn't take a decision, I think that lost us the national park. So I think we're looking at the crumbs from the table now, but if we do get something, then at least it won't have all been for, in vain. But just really disappointed that we're at this situation now when we had a real opportunity to actually get people to actually turn left at the A75 at Gretna and carry into our beautiful region. But, that opportunity is gone now.
Thank you for that. And I think, again, all the comments today can be noted to go forward. Councillor Drysdale, yes, I will come to you, and then I really will move to the recommendations to move on. Thank you.
Sorry, Convener, coming in late. I actually like to give myself some similarities to Annika Rice. I'm sure many of you know that. Mrs. Adventurer. So I just wanted to say that I think this report is really positive. Thank you so much, Stuart and Simon. And because of my love of the outdoors, many of you know that I throw myself down canyons and jump off bridges and do all sorts. So we are really missing a key in Dumfries and Galloway that will not destroy our environment and will actually protect it and bring a lot more tourists to the area. If we start to follow the example, as some of our fellow councillors have alluded to, as to what happens all over the world that we're still not doing here, which is relatively low cost. So if we continue in 4.2 to work with the GSA, the Galloway Forest Park, the Biosphere, and the Solway Firth Partnership, we will actually continue to bring people to the area because people want that now. They want more of a natural nature experience that we're seeing in other parts of the world. We actually have the forests and the fauna and the beaches and the cliffs and the disused quarries to make all this happen really, really easily if we get the funding. And I just wanted to note that in 4.2, no one has mentioned the Dark Sky Park. We're just about, I'm sure it's embedded in there, but that's a really important development that's coming our way and will attract a lot of people into the region. So in this focus group, Stuart, I'm just wondering if it's possible to include some councillors, even for the first initial meeting, so that we can talk about things that we've experienced across the world, which I'm very fortunate to have been able to do. So things like nature walks, fauna walks with naturalists, all of which employ hundreds and thousands of young people who will be retained and stay in the area. Tree-top restaurants in forests and parks that we see worldwide now. Adventure camps, which include kayaking, canoeing, tubing, canyoning, and also the use of the redundant Kirk McBray quarry, for example, in Kersluth, which potentially, if we could get ownership of that, or SOS could, or somebody, or a private business, could be used for zip lining and hanging bridges. So I just wondered if all those things could be encompassed going forward, and if any of us can help and give you some evidence of those things in other countries. It's really, really important, and a lot of people really want to come to those sorts of sites, and we have all of that here, in my opinion. So thank you very much. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I think all those points can be noted, but Stuart, is there any final points, or are you happy to note these and we can move to the recommendations?
I have all of those noted.
Perfect.
So, and I think it, and I take the point. I think it's very important that we engage pretty widely in this short life working group. Will probably be more expansive than just representatives of different organisations, and we will look at how to engage a little bit broadly on that and bring elected members into those dialogues as well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So are members content to note recommendation 1, 2 and 3 and agree 4, capturing all the comments that have been made? Yes? Thank you, members. Members, I'm going to take one last item for tonight, and then we will have to adjourn full council. The following items from 12 onwards fall naturally into governance and various points. So we will take the one last agenda this evening before adjourning the meeting. So we will move on to item 11, which is the Reshaping Review Evaluation Report by the Chief Executive. And the purpose of this report is to provide members with an evaluation report. Members, can I ask you if you could just simmer down, please? Thank you. The purpose of this report is to provide members with an evaluation report on the effectiveness of the revised Chief Officer structure arrangements. Dawn Roberts, our Chief Executive, is here to assist members with any questions on the report, with Lorna Meehan and Heather Carrigan in attendance. So I'll maybe just turn first of all to the Chief Executive if there's anything that you wish to add before inviting members for questions.
No, thank you, Convener.
Thank you. So, members, I will open up the floor. Any comments, questions? I'm not seeing MD indicating online. I think that was for the previous item at 2:15. It wasn't for this item. Unless, Councillor Marshall, are you wanting to come in? You'd indicated in the previous item, and apologies, I didn't see that. That was at 2:15.
Chair, I was just trying to catch your attention because half the councils are here now, and it's the end. I think this is quite an important item, and I don't agree with it being discussed at the very end at 6 o'clock.
So we are still quorate, and I would check members' availability, and I can see that there's a number of hands up on this one. So I have checked with governance. The building is open till 7 o'clock. I'm not intending to go till 7 o'clock. You'll be relieved, but it is 5 to 6. This is the final item that I'm looking to take today. So I will continue with the item, although I note your comments on that one. So I will come to Councillor Gusty. You've got your hands up, please.
Thanks, Convener. I think Councillor Marshall has raised a very valid point. We've had a lot of members leave the meeting. Members are a bit fatigued. This is an important item. There's many pages in the documents on this item. I think we need to defer this, and I would move that we defer this.
Councillor Wilson?
I'll second that. Thank you.
Okay, I will check with governance in terms of that. We are not asked to be making any decisions tonight. It is for noting and consideration, but I will just confer for governance advice. Okay, so we have got a procedural motion there that has been proposed and seconded. There's no alternative amendments. So unless there is any other amendments, we will go with the motion. Okay, members, so that will draw this item just now. We will adjourn the meeting. The full council will have to reconvene, but it will be just an adjournment from this. Councillor Beretti, are you wanting to come in? We have adjourned the meeting now, but I will take one point.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Chair, Convener, we've got the moving and seconding of minutes, which should only take a few minutes, and we've only got one councillor missing from this list. So if we could get that out and over the way, that would be another item gone.
We've already agreed to adjourn the meeting, so unfortunately we can't now because that has been a motion proposed and seconded. So apologies, we can't do that. I've got one member online wishing to speak. Nope, this hand's gone down. Okay,
Sorry, leader, convener, sorry, it was myself, so it was. I just obviously took my hand down because you have adjourned the meeting and I am happy. I was just going to support the previous speakers. Thank you.
Okie doke, there we are. So the meeting is adjourned and we'll be in touch with due course to reconvene again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, convener.